squeeze every last drop out of Aqueduct. Happy to be joined with Sarah El-Badwi, Andy Serling here at the Big A for another day of racing. A pick 6 carryover kicks off in race number 4, and some interesting turf races. We kick off with somewhat of a prep for the Diana up in Saratoga.
And our first race kind of looks like a little bit of a stakes race in disguise with some stakes face types coming into this spot. Of course, Greyoche having won a graded stakes up at Saratoga last year, the Lake Placid, and some up-and-comers as well as Rhiannon, who figures to be the speed.
That's why I considered it a prep for the Diana. Race number 1, not the only interesting race on today's card. Race number 8 today, a fairly wide open race going 6.5 furlongs. The favorite in the morning line is 24 Mamba, who's off a win and second off the claim for Tom Morley, but he really got back into form in his last few starts, and he's starting to run those races he had run earlier in his career that convinced his trainers back then to put him in stake races.
He's really refound himself over his last 3 starts, and 2 of those for Tom Morley now, or sorry, the last one for Tom Morley and today's, and he did them different ways. He was able to go gate to wires 2 back, able to split horses under Ricardo Santana Jr. here to get the victory, and we've seen his race 2 back prove to be pretty productive with General Partner and Victory Way coming back to run 1-2 in Saratoga. Bermudo came back to win from there. If he runs something like his last couple of races, he's going to be effective in here. It's just that he's been a much better price in those last 3 starts.
He has. He's facing a lot of horses that have talent, but most of them are sort of trying to refine that good form, while he has already been good form, though I don't think that you would say that about Warstride, who's down on the rail, a horse who's really improved dramatically for George Weaver over the majority of his last 4 races, including a blowout win with a 95 buyer in his last start.
This was a career best for him, a horse that we had really seen him stay somewhere within those mid-70s, mid-80s, and we did see Agalos the Great in there, sort of the other George Weaver, come back and not run quite as well up in Saratoga. I think that he benefited from riding a bit of a bias last time out, and we'll see if he gets the same kind of trip today, though he does have that good early speed.
See what happens in race number 8 on our card. Once again, we do have that pick 6 carryover today. That'll be the 5th and penultimate leg of the pick 6. Today's races are brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Pick 5 kicks off in race 1. Pick 6, as we mentioned, kicks off in race number 4. That 8th race today, the 8th of 9 that we just talked about, will also be showing races 3 through 9 at Laurel Racetrack down in Maryland. Some racing on the turf down there as well, as they're down in the paddock, and you're seeing the assistant for Christophe Clements-Barn, or I should say now, Miguel Clements-Barn, who's been with him for a long, long time. Talking about the number 6 little strategy session with Joel Rosario on Eternal Silence, a horse who at times can be a bit tricky to ride.
And it seems as though she's one that has the right to move forward coming out of some great stakes herself. Didn't really fire in the the Bewitch, where she was going over a yielding turf course, going 1.5 miles, maybe not really as far as she wants to go, and the ground perhaps not as much to her liking. And she had 2 races prior to that, the Hillsborough as well as an allowance here in the States, that would put her in contention for sure if she can get back to a little bit more forward position and some of her prior efforts here.
Yeah, boggy track at Keeneland last time, not really yielding, more like soft. She actually ran very well in her race 2 back. We'll see what happens. Down the rail, Wesley Ward's 2, Scarlet Poppy with Junior Alvarado.
We'll see if the win streak continues for this one. Of note, the outer turf rails are down to 0, so saving ground could be beneficial.
Number 3 is Poca Mucha, who I'm guessing is the longest shot on the board for Bill Mott and Jose Lezcano.
We haven't seen her in a little while, coming off a layoff since September of last year. And
another off a layoff. The 4, Rhiannon, goes out for Chad Brown with Irad Ortiz.
Potentially the speed in this spot. She has shown good early speed in a couple of her starts.
Number 5, Greyoche, Flavien Prat riding this one for Chad Brown.
No match for dynamic pricing in her last start, the Bogue, who did come back to win up in Saratoga, but she is a graded stakes winner.
And the field is rounded out with the number 6, Eternal Silence, going out for Miguel Clement. Joel Rosario has the mount.
This one coming in 3rd off the bench in here and cutting back in distance.
Let's head down to the paddock and hear more from the 3rd member of our team, the MIG, Richard Migliori.
Hey guys, yeah, it's a beautiful day out here. A little warm, a little humid, so you want to see horses get a little bit of a sweat on today. It just tells you their natural coolant system is working properly. We'll start with the 3, Poca Mucha. If I was just picking purely on looks, she would be the top selection. Now, what we try to do is match up what we like from a physical perspective and match it up to what we like handicapping the race on paper, she makes a lot of sense in both respects. I think she's way too big a price, and I think she will outrun her odds. I mean, I can't believe, just looking at the board, that she's 14-1. Could not look any better from a physical perspective. The 4, Rhiannon, listen, you know, your second choice. The other, Chad Brown, is your favorite. I didn't really particularly, neither Chad Brown runner, maybe I'll frame this better, really grabbed my attention in the paddock, but she changed. Once the saddle got on her, it was almost like she got bigger. She puffed up, making a great impression. Out of the 2 Chad Browns, that's the one I prefer from the physical perspective. And then the 6 horse, Eternal Silence. This ultimately will be my top selection. I like the fact that she's turning back in distance. She is tricky to ride. She can get very keen. She doesn't usually break particularly well. And after about 1/8 of a mile or so, she grabs the bit and tries to run off. I think the best thing to do with those kind, especially if there's not a tremendous amount of pace in the race, and I think the one Chad Brown runner, Rhiannon, is the most likely pace setter here, just because there is a lack of speed in here. Put your hands down. Let them go to the lead. They come back to you. They throw their ears up. They're a herd animal. They are going to pull more when they're trying to follow horses. I love the fact that she gets Lasix. Completely different ground. She bogged down, and you could see she's a big, stout mare that would bog down in soft ground. And the only time she ran on Lasix, I thought she was impressive that day. Obviously an easier group than she's facing today, but I thought Eternal Silence at 5-1, getting Lasix back on firmer ground and turning back in distance, is the one I want, guys.
Thanks, Richie. We'll see what happens in race 1, but a lot of it depends on Chad Brown's 2 runners, as he has 2 really, really talented runners. Rhiannon coming off the long layoff, Sarah. The question with her is, why does she keep having these layoffs, and how reliable is she coming back again?
That is fair to ask, and she just seems like one that really has run her faster races on Lasix, which she will get today, coming in here. And look, she was off for almost a full year. Coming in off that last start, able to get a victory by open lengths. She had an open lengths victory 3 starts back, and she just seems like a horse that there's that ability, there's the talent clearly, but is she one that's going to fire fresh yet again? She's done it before.
Chad Brown has terrific numbers off layoffs, and I would say her Pebbles effort, you can say it was Lasix. I think being 4 wide around the racetrack when the rails were down was a bigger problem for her. Now, Grayosh, speaking of rails being down, took advantage of that to upset She Feels Pretty and Dynamic Pricing, who both won Grade 1s this weekend when she won the Lake Placid. She did, however, run a respectable 4th with a good trip last time out, and she's obviously getting some class relief.
She is. I think that her current prices can measure it with the kind of class that she has faced, as well as what we've seen from those fillies moving forwards. But this was a super gold rail that she was able to take advantage of, and a heady ride here by Flavien Prat, saving all of the ground in this race. She Feels Pretty towards the outside, not able to save as much ground. I think you could tell with that long shot horse, the number 8, who's still involved in the picture here. Dynamic Pricing towards the outside, trying to close in. I think she's just one that really took strong advantage of where she was on the racetrack, but it's not as though that's her only good performance.
I'm very surprised at the 5-2 that the number 2 Scarlet Poppy is right now. How does she possibly class up to this field?
I think she's one that, yes, she has to get faster, but for me, I did gravitate in her direction because of the rail positioning today with the outer turf course. Now, we did see the rails come down to 0 yesterday on the outer turf, and I felt as though being towards the inside beneficial for her. She has to get the 1 1/8, and I just thought that she was going to be a slightly better price than this, given that some of her company in here, Grayosh, had taken advantage of a rail being good, and she's not going to get that same advantage in here. And then the gap between the 2, it's not quite as far.
Yeah, I completely disagree. I don't think she's even comparable to any of the horses in this race. I think, frankly, she's the least likely winner of this race. I don't disagree about the possibility of the rail being good. I think with the rails down, we were sort of waiting for that. I'm not sure how competitive some of those turf races were, and they were also all sprints yesterday. We'll see how aggressive Junior is. We'll see how aggressive Irad Ortiz is with Rhiannon. We'll see if Joel Rosario with Eternal Silence, who can run off quite a bit, maybe he finally sort of lets her get her head in here and she gets to the front. Scarlet Poppy, to me, with a perfect trip, beating Awesome Check, and now taking on stake-type quality horses here. In my opinion, at 3-1, she's a massive underlay, but we obviously have a difference of opinion in here. Which of the two Chad Brown runners do you think is the more likely winner?
I would go with Rhiannon just because she's one that figures to be sitting ahead of Grayo. She's going to save a little bit more ground in all likelihood. There's also the potential that she could be the speed of the speed and cross over and clear if that was what Ira Ortiz Jr. wanted to do. So I think that she's going to benefit from where she'll sit on the racetrack as well as her early position. And at least we know with her, she was able to show up with a big performance off of a similar type of layoff, actually a much bigger type of layoff.
I think it's interesting looking at the difference in the odds between Grayosh and Rhiannon, and I don't have a strong opinion between these two, but I would probably lean in the direction that you're going with Rhiannon. But Grayosh, who's stake-faced with the win over She Feels Pretty Dynamic Pricing, she's a heavy favorite, even money here, over the layoff with Rhiannon.
Do you think a little bit of that is what we saw over the past week from horses like She Feels Pretty and Dynamic Pricing,
Maybe,
with both of them getting those graded 1 wins over in Saratoga? I think she was going to always be favored, but maybe it's a little bit of more of a hammer because of what we've seen lately from those two.
You may be right. Far be it for me to have any idea sometimes why bets are made. Maybe there's a feeling that the number 4 hasn't been working into this race, and she's going to need a race off a layoff. It's rarely the case with Chad Brown runners, but it's certainly not impossible in here. So I think everybody in here is trying to show, am I good enough to take a shot in a wide-open Diana, a race, though, that will be headed by She Feels Pretty, who is the leader of that division until proven otherwise. They're almost in the gate. Chris Griffin with a call of the opener here at Aqueduct.
Eternal Silence to the outside. Goes in. All set for the opener. And they're off to an easy beginning. Pocamucha flashes early speed, and in between horses, there's Rhiannon. And now Rhiannon will kick on, and Ira Ortiz Jr. will control the tempo early. Rhiannon is in front. It's Rhiannon who now easily gets over to the rail, is going to secure that easy lead. And Grayosh is towards the outside of Pocamucha. They are second and third. Just behind them is Scarlet Poppy with the trailer, Joel Rosario, on Eternal Silence. They work around the turn, and it's 24 seconds flat for that easy opening quarter mile. Rhiannon controlling things, and Rhiannon takes into the backstretch easily. Rhiannon up by a full length and towards the inside. Pocamucha is content to sit there and save some ground to the inside of Grayosh, who's up close to the tempo too. Rhiannon has just kept a little off the rail there, is still traveling easily up front. The two at the back. A tight hold on Eternal Silence, wants to go for Rosario, and at the rail, Scarlet Poppy. They're still chasing the lone leader in Rhiannon. 47 and 4 for that half-mile time. Rhiannon is approaching the far turn and still doing it nicely. Less than a half mile to go. Grayosh, Flavien Prat within range. They've been second here up on the outside of Pocamucha, who's now ridden along at the rail, is trying to keep up, still saving all the ground. Eternal Silence, not cut loose yet, is now the trailer there with Scarlet Poppy. Rhiannon went 1:11 and 3 for 3/4 of a mile, and Rhiannon now just urged a little here by Ortiz Jr. as they reach the top of the lane. It's still Rhiannon looking very strong at the top of the stretch, and here comes Rhiannon cut loose, and she is opening up. Rhiannon now sprints clear up by 4. Scarlet Poppy has emerged towards the outside, is trying to run on, has now challenged and taken second, but not catching a clear front-running score. Dominant Rhiannon, much the best. Scarlet Poppy there for second, then came a photo. That was Pocamucha with Grayosh in 1 minute 45 and 3.
I'm not going to discuss this as a track record performance. We don't run a mile and 8 that often on the outer, and many of them not running such firm turf. But once this horse got the lead, Sarah, this race was over.
Absolutely. She was able to do exactly as we thought she might. Cross over, clear, have that pace advantage on her foes in here, and save all the ground as well. Scarlet Poppy got that inside trip. She was able to get up for second, but not really much running home from the back, and she wins by open lengths yet again.
Yeah, I'm not sure the 2 was ever that much on the rail. She seemed to be keeping the 6 out in the 3 path, though Eternal Sunshine did no running. But this winner for Ira Ortiz, once he put her on the front end and got away with an extraordinarily slow, relatively speaking, first quarter, this race was just over. And Rhiannon, got to imagine she's heading towards the Diana with this performance. It'll be a tougher field, but I got to tell you, this horse has an enormous amount of talent.
And when you have the kind of early speed that she's shown on several occasions on the grass, that always gives you that little bit of an edge as being one that to come in for Chad Brown. I'm sure of many that he may have entered in that spot. And we don't see the paces heat up much on the grass, and she could be one that's sitting in the right kind of spot.
I think what happens too often is I think that the riders think that the position they have dictates necessarily their running style, and of course that's not the case, and that's why very often you'll see somebody get away with a slow pace, because Scarlet Poppy, I don't think you were wrong that she's a horse that had the speed to be forward here, but it just wasn't used by Junior. Now, I don't think it really mattered the way this horse ran, but once Junior showed no inclination, and I'm not saying it was him, it could have been the trainer, but once they show no inclination, this horse was gone. Much more to come on America's Day at the Races as we will take a short break.
It's Mandaloun. Mandaloun wins.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, speeding through Times Square. That's the way I'd like to go. When I go to Times Square, I wish that I could go through at the speed of light. It's a little tougher when you're on the ground, as it's normally fairly crowded, though this seems like it must have been taken about 6 in the morning. It's weird, right?
Or at warp speed.
Not even that many people there. I wouldn't know at 6 in the morning, like I've never been up. Race number 3, they're heading over the gate at Laurel for race number 3, and an ex-Chad Brown is 3-5 in Koru, and I don't know, Sarah, I guess the 1 and 9 were the other horses. You got any clever ideas, Near? Because I certainly don't.
No, I thought Koru coming off of that layoff last time and going into his first start at Laurel, it says a bad stumble at the start, but it was kind of like a prolonged bobble. He never really goes down to his knees, but he takes several strides to right himself and get himself into that forward momentum. And so while he doesn't go down that far, he does have those stutter steps really take some time for him to get himself into the race. He ends up finishing second in there, and I just thought now coming in second off of a layoff, he has the past races that are just faster.
Yeah, he's a hard one to trust, but he might have just found the right field. I don't like the hyperbole in Charcoals. There's one that's, I think, running here over the weekend that was at Laurel that says, terrible start. First of all, the horse didn't have a terrible start. But second of all, it's not really descriptive to say terrible start or bad stumble.
It's not a place for
you know,
adjectives.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's just... I understand why it happens. It's always a little frustrating because there feels like there's a better way to describe it. I think yours would almost be prolonged bobble would probably be a much more effective way of describing what happened with him.
I don't think I've ever thought that or said that, but that's what happened.
No, it's a very valid point. Now, you know, listen, I mean, different linguistics and different people using different words, but like bad and terrible, they're not really doing any good.
They're non-descriptive.
Yeah, they're just sort of, right, exactly. They just leave it kind of open regardless. I mean, he has been a bit of a money burner. He had a lot of chances for Chad Brown. Having said that, they all usually find their day. And I mean, I'd love to bet the two. I'm one of Ned Howard's biggest fans, first time on the turf. But there's just no pedigree to speak of. I know it's a Warfront Dam, and it is Liam's map, so I guess you could say there's pedigree. I wish there had been something in the family, Sarah.
Nobody with experience has any form that competes with Koru's past races, and even if he runs his last race, he's still likely to win given what we've seen from the rest of this field, unless the first-time starter at what, 56-1, so clearly not being bet in here, can show up with something that is a bit of a surprise. I didn't really see the big case for anybody
You mean the
else.
5-year-old first-time starter?
By temperature.
Yes, with no pedigree whatsoever.
That's the
But
one.
hey, it's the racetrack. We've all seen crazy things. I agree. I mean, Kuru feels like the kind of horse you start seeing. Somebody says there's going to be even money. You think, oh, great, I'm going to find somebody to play against him. But you don't just want to play against for that reason. And neither Sarah nor I can find a good horse to play against. We'll see what happens in race number 3 at Laurel. We'll get the call from the man, Dave Rodman.
Mile on the turf, rail 52 feet, the Dahlia course. 1-2, Koru. And they're off. Awkward beginning for Yancey. Koru and Luca Machine. Here's Wicked Boss with early foot as well. And the outside is One True Dude. He'll settle in into the first turn run. One True Dude out there about 4 or 5 path as they round the turn. Regency Tail from the inside. Enbar follows that. And to the back of the pack, we have Yancey on the inside and Tate's War Cry. And Made to Be Lucky is 9th. Down the backstretch run. And it is Luca Machine leading the way by some 3 lengths from Wicked Boss just second. The favorite Koru tracks on the inside third. Regency Tail. Yancey follows that runner. One True Dude. Then back to Tate's War Cry. Enbar second to last. And Made to Be Lucky's at the tail of the field. Luca Machine still there. Luca Machine from Wicked Boss by 2.5. Koru with every chance from the inside. Regency Tail is in 4th. And Yancey travels 5th position. Enbar 6th while saving ground. Tate's War Cry. One True Dude. And trailing the field is Made to Be Lucky. 3/8 of a mile to go. Round that far turn. Luca Machine, the leader from Wicked Boss. A length of change as Koru's down to the inside, just waiting for a bit of racing room as they swing for home. Back to Regency Tail. Enbar saving ground. Driven Yancey the far outside. They're into the stretch, and it's Luca Machine, the leader. Luca Machine, but here comes Koru. Koru getting through on the inside. Koru at Luca Machine. And then Wicked Boss trying to hang on to third. Koru, Luca Machine giving all on the outside, coming back for more. Koru wins. From second, Luca Machine. Then Tate's War Cry, and followed by Wicked Boss, and unseating the rider there was Enbar.
Obviously, the incident after the finish. We'll let you know anything we hear. But Koru got the right trip, and it was Ned Howard's Luca Machine, who took a lot of money going from 8-1 to 5-1 the last flash that almost pulled off the upset. It was a long way back to the others.
Yeah, these two well clear, and the early speed, first time on the turf for Luca Machine, almost able to get that victory and kept Koru in a tight spot, having to make that inside position the place for him to be, but he was able to go by with just enough to win. Maybe not like a 3-5, but
He is Koru.
he seems as though he was one that was
To be fair, the
much
two
better.
ran. I mean, Luca Machine, when they put so, if the field had been more bunched, you would have said it was a really bad effort. But maybe Luca Machine just really improved dramatically on the turf because he really never gave it up.
Well, I would say that he improved versus his dirt races. That's for
No,
sure.
but I mean, maybe he really stepped forward because I think they put a good 6 to 8 lengths in front of the other horses. I know they're not that good, but that's not an easy thing to do in turf racing. So
Sure.
I think the effort wasn't a particularly terrific effort at 3-5. He's Carew. We knew who he was. And maybe it doesn't look as good because the two Luca Machine ran a bit better than we would have expected. Race number 1. The second choice, Rhiannon, who is extraordinarily talented. She's just the kind of horse you just don't have the confidence she can stay on the racetrack. I'm going to tell you something. This horse stays on the racetrack. I'm not going to be shocked if she's a factor of the Diana, especially with her speed.
The ability is clearly there. We've seen it from her on multiple occasions, and we've seen that when she's able to have good early positions, she wins for fun. The margin of victory, similar to what we saw from the top two in that last race at Laurel, probably quite a bit faster than what we saw from them. And she just seems very content, very happy on the front end, able to come in fresh, but also able to put a couple of races together at times. And look, it's just that question mark of whether or not she's going to end up staying fit and ready for another start, which is for her relatively soon.
Rhiannon, $5 is the second choice. Irad getting the win for the Chad Brown barn. Saw Dan Stupp, the assistant, in the winner's circle. Scarlet Poppy finishing second, and the long shot Pokamuka finishing third in here. A very disappointing effort for Grayosh in race number 1. Race number 2 at 1 1/8. Pocket Queens, this one's a favorite for Miguel Clement, and she at least has the fastest races of anybody in here. Like all of these, she's got to get the 1 1/8.
She's really improved over her last 2 starts. Big step forward for her, going from that 47 buyer, winning a maiden claiming race at the $40,000 tag. But she's run something in the 70s over her last 2 starts, and she's one that she can be forward at times. I think that she will have a little company with Walk With Me towards the inside.
See what happens in race number 2 at 9 furlongs, a lap around the Aqueduct Oval. America's Day at the Races rolls along.
And they're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stakes.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at Naira.com/Saratoga.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We were just there. We'll be there in a few weeks, but we'll also be there for Belmont Stakes in 2026, June 6th. Circle it on your calendar. This should be the 3rd, and we expect the final Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. A lot of fun, great crowd. I'll tell you something. Walking the track in the morning, Sarah, in the rain was a little disheartening, but I'll tell you, as soon as things cleared up, the track just filled up in what seemed like moments, and a really, really fun day of racing despite less than perfect circumstances.
It was like the energy in the place was multiplying exponentially.
Turned up, right?
Every single moment that would pass after the rain had gone away, and it just seemed as though everybody was eyeing the weather, waiting for their moment, and then coming out to the racetrack to enjoy. And if you haven't been, you have one more opportunity.
Well, you know, the other thing about Saratoga, too, is Saratoga's a happy place. And it's one of the many things I love about Saratoga. You go outside on a day where it's sort of rainy out on a Thursday, and you walk around and people are having a really good time. People just love Saratoga, and there's something to be said for being in a place where people are in such a good mood. And Saratoga is just got to be one of the happiest places in the world. And I hope, you know, we appreciate, of course, you watching the shows here, and you can catch us the whole meet on Saratoga Live. But if you've never been, or even if you've been once, get on up to Saratoga, come over and say hi, and I promise you, you will have a good time. Saratoga is a wonderful, wonderful place. We also keep Mitch Levitas off the ground, so you don't have to worry about seeing him. He used to be at large. Now, he's not. Race number 2 in the paddock. We've got a couple of horses that their daddies met in a very, very big race, with Tonalist beating Commissioner, and Purpose sired by Commissioner, and Pocket Queen sired by Tonalist. And I think Commissioner, one of Todd Pletcher's most brilliant entries in the Belmont Stakes, coming just a head short of upsetting the field at 30-1. But Tonalist's win was a very popular one if you weren't a fan of California Chrome, which put you in the minority.
That is true. And look, I think the margin of victory, it might be a little bit more vast between the two horses that we see competing against each other today that are sired by both of these stallions. But Tonalist able to get the victory, get there in time over Commissioner, and of course, that win for the late Christophe Clement.
Tonalist, an amazing horse. He's got a Grade 1 win at a mile, 2 at a mile and a quarter, and 1 at a mile and a half, as there's Christophe leading Tonalist in. And, you know, it's funny looking back on it. I really learned to love California Chrome over time because he had that long career. He ran so many really great races, and he had an incredible fan base. But this one was all about Tonalist. You see Joel Rosario coming in, and while it was an upset, a very popular win for many.
Definitely, and look, the Chromies were out in full force wherever California Chrome may have been.
Let me tell you something. They bet. I'm a fan of the Chromies, you know, and there are hype horses that have a following. He was the real deal, and as his career went on, I mean, he gave Arrogate all he wanted in that Breeders' Cup Classic, and at that point in Arrogate's career, he's absolutely one of the best horses we've seen in the last 25 or more years. Walk With Me, who you mentioned could be the speed, Romero Mirage riding for Dave Duggan.
The blinkers go back on this one. I can cross out the turf try last time, but I just really never saw her go on from her 2-year-old form.
I agree. She's okay, but she's never improved. Rocket Queens, on the other hand, has improved. Ricardo Santana riding for Miguel Clement.
And she's definitely taken a step forward over her last 2 starts. Anything that's similar to those, she's a likely contender.
I believe it's Asa Ira, the number 3 horse, Flavian Pratt, riding this one at 9-2 for Jorge Abreu.
This one can be forward as well. Chris Griffin has an excellent pronunciation of that one's name.
Better than mine. Photo Finish could be forward with Ruben Silvera for Jamie Ness.
Got the victory over a wet track last time out, showing speed.
Grace Reform, the number 5. Christopher Elliott riding for Juan Carlos Guerrero.
And this one caught a wet track last time. She's handled it well enough in the past. I like her when she's a little bit more forwardly placed and the pace was hotter in her last race.
Purpose, coming off almost a 3-month layoff, goes out for the Jimmy Bond Barn with Javier Castellano.
Another one that's had some difficulty with staying on the racetrack, does have a 3rd place well-beaten finish in a stakes at Finger Lakes as a 2-year-old, but hasn't really gone on from that race either.
A man who's ridden quite a few races at 9 furlongs the Big A over the years, Richard Migliori, is up next.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. And we'll start down on the inside with the 1, Walk With Me. I have a hard time, as good as he looks, seeing, she looks, her staying 9 furlongs. She just doesn't give me that confidence from the body type, the physical perspective. She is by Central Banker out of a posse mare, so even the pedigree would suggest that the 1 1/8 might be just a bit of a stretch here, but does get a good advantageous inside post, adding blinkers on the stretch out. The 2, Pocket Queens, makes a lot of sense. Obviously, she's your 6-5 favorite, looks fantastic. Miguel Clement, Ricardo Santana picking up the mount here. Ricardo Santana being represented by PJ Campo, making inroads into some pretty high-profile barns, and Pocket Queens will take a lot of beating here. There are 2 horses that, from a physical perspective, now we do have 1 horse that's won the 1 1/8, and that's the 3, Ira, if I'm saying that right, who won for maiden 30, going 2 turns on a slow pace. I just don't really care for her that much. The 2 Pocket Queens, I do believe, will stay the 9 furlongs. And then the 6, Purpose, who ultimately is going to be my top selection because I think she wants every bit of the Mountain Ace. She's going to have to get faster, but she's dappled out, looks amazing for Jimmy Bond, shipping down from Saratoga. And I think she is, out of this field, the truest 9 furlong looking horse from a confirmation standpoint and a physical perspective, guys.
Thanks a lot, Richie. We'll see what happens in race number 2. But I don't know about you, Sarah. I'd love to make a case against Pocket Queens as the favorite here. But, I mean, she lost to Valentina and Pretty Magical last time out. Or better horses than these. A Tonalist. She's not supposed to have problems with the distance. What is the reason you'd want to play against her in here?
I think, for me, the only sort of reason that I can go with somebody else in here is just that I think they might be ahead of her early.
Oh, they will be.
And that is really the only advantage that I feel as though a horse like Grace Reformed might have. A horse who's not necessarily moving in the right direction as we take a look back on Pocket Queens, who she was out wide. She was a horse that ended up making more of that first move into the pace that was honest in her last race. And look, she was facing some decent company as well.
You know, one thing I'd say, I understand what you're saying about Grace Reformed, and I picked her second here behind the favorite. With the 5 post and Ricardo Santana taking over Pocket Queens as opposed to Eric Cancel, Ricardo is a significantly more aggressive rider, and I think your points are valid, but I wonder how much difference there's going to be between these 2 horses, especially with the 2 post and the 5 post. And I think putting a rider like Ricardo on, you're going to see, I'm not saying she's going to be in front, but I think you're going to see him look to get her a little bit more in the race.
I think that differential is absolutely valid with the rider she has on now versus who has ridden in the past. But I will say Christopher Elliott on Grace Reformed, we've seen him be very aggressive, and it just, whatever these horses have in terms of the availability of early speed, I expect both of them with riders up to be more forward.
I don't think that she's that fast. I mean, the pace projector has her sitting 3rd or 4th in here. I mean, I agree. Christopher Elliott is an aggressive rider, and I think he's really stepped his game up. I feel like with an insider post and Ricardo, you're going to see her, you know, be more aggressive. Now, I imagine that Romero's going to go from the rail with Walk With Me, but of all the horses in here, I know the pace projector is the one ahead of the 4. I thought Photo Finish might be in front in this race.
You want to talk about aggressive riders, Ruben Silvera. Yeah. I mean, she's one that she showed good early speed in her last start. Wasn't with him aboard, but she was able to get the lead early on in there. She was forward in her start 2 back. I mean, there are many races where she's shown that she can be right up close to the pace, and I guess if you like her, she is a big price right now.
And I guess the other question in this race, I mean, obviously pace and dynamics can have a big effect. Are we that confident that they're going to matter that much in this race? I mean, I think we're all a little worried with Walk With Me getting the distance in this race, and just the fact that she's never really stepped forward. Who did Richie pick in here, guys? I missed his pick.
I think he went to Purpose, I believe. I could be wrong.
He went to Purpose. Okay. Well, good luck. She is an enormous price in here at 9-1. Surprised she's not the biggest price on the board.
I think she'll get the distance.
Photo Finish is the longest shot on the board. Well, as Wayne Lucas likes to say, they all get the distance. It's just a question of how fast. But obviously, Richie liked what he saw on Purpose, but she, to me, is a horse that is just way too slow to be competitive here.
She hasn't run a race that's fast enough to compete with what we've seen from some of the other shorter prices in here. And I guess perhaps the thing to like about her is that we talked about the pace of this race and how we could see several showing some forward position. She's not one of them.
I agree, but I think that we're talking about it. One of the reasons it's interesting how the pace plays out is that nobody here is that fast. And when nobody in a race is that fast, it opens up the possibility of somebody being a little clever and maybe finding themselves more forward than you would have expected. And I don't think that's the case, especially with an outside post with Purpose. But she's 11-1, and I respect Richie's opinion. And if you want a horse at a price, it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. Never, ever, ever allow yourself to be talked off a price. If you want to get talked off a 8-5 shot, well, that's one thing. But don't ever let anybody talk you off a horse that's double-digit odds, because that's the kind of thing that'll haunt you for a long, long time and frankly ruin the rest of your day. Chris Griffin with a call. Race number 2.
And Purpose. Purpose. Javier Castellano. Going in. All set. And they're off. Walk With Me flashes speed. Asaida is in the early mix 2, and joining them 3 wide, that's Photo Finish. very wide, looking for a spot to tuck in as Grace Reformed, and Pocket Queens moves forward towards the inside and wanted to get right over to the rail and save some ground was Purpose, who's going to be the early trailer. They work into the turn, and the leader is Walk With Me. Walk With Me is in front, is up by a full length. A little keen as Photo Finish right to the outside wants to go. Is just a little keen there as they work to the backstretch in 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Pocket Queens found a nice spot for Santana Jr. is at the rail, patiently ridden, and Grace Reform still wide, 3 wide in that second group. Asaida is challenging from 5th, is in between horses and the trailer. Purpose. They're chasing Walk With Me. Romero Mirage trying to take them all the way. Gets hounded up on the outside here by Photo Finish, who starts to move in closer. 48.37 for a half-mile time, and Pocket Queens is still held that 3rd spot. Out wider Grace Reform. Asaida is starting to split rivals and move forward. Nowhere to go yet. Is still in 5th, and Purpose is encouraged to move forward from the back end of the field. Is 5 lengths the trailer. The leader is Walk With Me. Walk With Me still with a nose in front. Now Photo Finish is ready to roll, and here's Photo Finish towards the outside. Get in the queue as Walk With Me. These two are head and head. Just off of them, Grace Reformed is in 3rd. Asaida, no move yet. Encouraged and not making up the ground to the outside of Pocket Queens, and Purpose is trailed throughout. Walk With Me is still there. Photo Finish in between horses, and Grace Reformed is cut loose center of the racetrack. Here's Grace Reformed is trying to challenge Walk With Me. Photo Finish not going on. Down to these two. Grace Reformed, Christopher Elliott is now up by a half length. Walk With Me won't go away, has a 16th left to go. Grace Reformed was a little wide. Grace Reformed is almost there. Walk With Me going to try one more time and came back to win it. Drifting out was Grace Reformed. It opened the door for Walk With Me, who gets up in a photo. Walk With Me, Grace Reformed. Asaida finished 3rd in 1 minute 50.38 seconds.
I think most of us were concerned with Walk With Me getting the distance, and it seemed like we were right when your pick, Sarah. Grace Reform loomed up on the outside like she was absolute gin. She seemed to put that one away. And man, is this a rough beat, as Walk With Me never gave up with Romero down the inside and came back on a race with a complete non-effort by the favorite.
Well, I think Grace Reformed was seeing Walk With Me, maybe perhaps struggle in the final furlongs to get the distance, and said, maybe I'll cover a little bit more distance for you, because as she drifted out in here, it just seemed as though things turned dramatically. It looked like she was going by, but Walk With Me kept the straight course, never quit, stayed right there, and that little bit of shifting ground ended up being enough where Walk With Me was able to get the victory.
Wow, if you had the 5th year, you got to be walking around shaking your head thinking, what do I have to do to win? Because she was home in here.
And I don't think there's even anyone to blame.
No, I think
she
that
just
she just
drifted.
got outgamed. And, you know, the funny thing is, it's not like they absolutely crawled home. They came home in 12.94 for the last 8, which for horses of this quality is not exactly slow. So it's not like they weren't really finishing, and it's not like the field came together
Not
or
like the
anything.
pace was flying
The other
either.
horse just kept on persevering, and the number 5, Grace Reform, just didn't finish the deal. My man Romero Mirage, the good-looking Mirage, gets the win for Dave Duggan, and Wizard Stable as well gets a hard-fought victory here, holding off Grace Reformed. Asai running 3rd, and Pocket Queens. She was right down
No
the
show.
inside, but unless it turns out that you don't want to be right in the rail, she was bad today. America's Day at the Races will continue after a quick break.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. And as we head downstairs to Richie with a special guest, Richie, I want you to ask him a question. Do you think that this ride could have earned him Jockey of the Week?
Andy wants to know, Romero, do you think this ride would earn you Jockey of the Week?
I hope. I mean, the filly was just game. Give her all the credit. I was just lucky to be aboard her.
Well, you contributed a really strong finish, and that's one of the things that I feel like is a benchmark for you. You really finish strong on horses, and I like when you really sit down and hand ride on one.
Yeah, I've tried to practice the last 2-3 years about just getting stronger and being meticulous from the quarter pole to the wire. Rajiv has been the most key component to that. Just slowing down the race from the quarter pole to the wire, because I remember 2-3 years ago I used to just black out and just ride, but now I'm a bit more meticulous on when to use the stick, when to switch the stick, and making sure that they're well balanced before I even go to the stick.
And you've really forged a nice relationship with Dave Doug and his wife Lara deputizing today. How much confidence does it give you when a trainer shows you the kind of confidence Dave has in you?
It means the whole world, because almost every ride that I ride for Dave and his whole team and his wife Laura, they just tell me the ball's in your court, and after I come back, if I make a mistake, I feel comfortable saying I made a mistake, or, you know, we might need to change this with this horse. It gives me all the confidence because they're great horsemen, and on top of, they just give me all the trust in the world to go out there and just allow me to just ride a race properly where I'm not really tied down to any instructions.
Well, it's great, and it shows that you just kind of go out there and perform. And guys, it's amazing when the people allow you to do their jobs and not micromanage.
I don't know if it sounds like he's talking to me. I don't believe that.
I would say
I did steal his pretzels, so maybe he's
out
a
of
little
your
mad.
many polarizing attributes, micromanaging, not really one of them, in my opinion.
I'm a macro non-manager. As a matter of fact, I basically just want to be left alone. But of course, we're just kidding. Richie's just having fun, and he's absolutely right what he said. And Romero had the right instincts, would walk with me, but was able to get the win over Grace Reformed, who appeared to be home. A 1.5 exacta pays $48 for $2. Not bad, given these were the second and third choices in race number 2, as we'll try that 1 1/8 distance in race number 3 as well, as we're sticking around 2 turns for the first 3 races on today's card. But I think we're going to head down to what are race 3? What are you doing, race 3? You got something clever to say in here, Sarah?
Well, I thought I was, but seems like everybody else is too. Executive Style seemed a little bit interesting as a horse that could be an alternative to your morning line favorite in Toga Dan. And looking at doubles, it does seem like Toga Dan will go off as your favorite in here, with Executive Style as the second choice. But
Pick
Executive
as well.
Style, the one taking all of that early money.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to be shocked by too much in this race. I actually thought if you wanted a long shot, and I picked the favorite, Toga Dan. I'm trying to keep my perfect record of being wrong in every race intact since we came from Saratoga. Dominican Pirate, I thought, might be a little bit interesting if you're looking for one a little bit off of the beaten path. As they're in the paddock at Laurel, I've always been a fan of Laurel. Had a lot of good times at Laurel. They used to have that really fun turf weekend with the Washington, D.C. International, which is one of the great races before your time. So many great horses coming over from Europe for that race. Dahlia coming over for that race. I also remember Van Landingham making his turf debut and winning the DC International in a bog. A great race. And the other thing that some people will know about Laurel, the first racetrack to have a replay center.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting. You were
Yes.
telling me some information about how the head-on replays come to fruition
I was talking
earlier,
yeah.
and so that's intriguing that they were one of the first.
They had a row of TVs in the clubhouse which showed continuous replays. They had 10 TVs for like 1 through 10. So you could always catch the replays on them, but they had a replay center, and they were the first track in the country to put in a replay center. And of course, people followed, and things went on and on and on. And with computers, it got much easier. And I was talking to Sarah about the head-on, something that people may not know. When you watch head-ons in replays, there's only one opportunity to tape them. They don't exist the same way that pans do. You have to be able to tape them off the racetrack showing the head-on shot. So if for some reason they don't show the head-on for a race, or somebody forgets to tape it, that replay, I believe, is basically lost forever. And that's why it's so important we show the replays, because Sarah was talking about it, and I agree with her. So they start right on top of the start, sometimes even missing that split second, so you don't see that trouble. I think the answer to that, I would say, Sarah, is to go through the pan shot, because here we'll show the head-on shot of the start about 2 minutes, a minute and a half after the pan shot, and that way you can usually see the start, because those are 2 separate times on the head-on replay. Just some somewhat useless information for horse players. We will take a break, but we'll be back with race number 4 at Laurel.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all She Feels Pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Stallion's Central Banker is a Grade 2 winner whose well-balanced good looks have helped him attract a solid group of mares every year since he launched his career at McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga back in 2018. Now that his runners have proven themselves on the track, breeders are beating a path to his court.
Breeders gravitate towards consistency and a sure bet. It's an uncertain world out there, and Central Banker in our regional program and even in abroad has really helped breeders find sure footing.
McMahon points out that Central Banker has ranked as a top 5 to top 10 sire nationally many times since his offspring hit the track.
And they're off.
The Stallion's leading earner is Bankit with more than $1.4 million in purse money.
Bankit has taken the lead.
Central Banker progeny have earned more than $21 million.
Every single Central Banker foal comes out very well balanced, medium big size with good bone. They train easy. They are not too wild as youngsters, just wild enough as 2-year-olds.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. The horses are making their way out to the track with the jockeys up for race number 4 at Laurel, so we'll get to that race as soon as they get it started. But race number 3 coming up here as we're closing in on that pick 6 carryover, going a mile and an eighth here. And there's the horse you were talking about, Executive Style, currently favored, though, in all likelihood will be second choice by Post.
Yeah, it seems as though looking at the multis that this horse will end up going off as your second choice relative to Toga Dan, who was your morning line favorite. And look, this one coming in has to get the distance, but there were just some things for me to excuse with that one first start. Running into a horse like Train the Trainer, who we saw come back and win the Mike Lee up at the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga last Wednesday, caught a wet track in there, never really involved in that race whatsoever from a pace standpoint, and just seemed to need that first start. Could improve stretching out, second time out, and over a fast main track.
I mean, given the sort of nature of this race, this horse has to be considered a contender. For what it's worth, over the last 5 years, Charlie Baker is 1 for 29 going from a route to a sprint with a maiden on the dirt with a 17% ROI, which doesn't breed much confidence. I think right now that there is a massive overlay on the board, the number 2 Dominican Pirate. How is that horse the longest shot on the board? The horse is running figures that are comparable to what the 4 has run and what the 7 has run. Why is he this price as a new gelding?
I think it's perhaps just because he's had more opportunities, but of those opportunities, he's shown up. And so I think that's a completely valid statement where you have horses that, yes, they might have some of that upside. They might have reasons to improve. They're a little bit more lightly raced, but he's the one that at least has done it on 3 separate occasions with a number that's right there with your horses that are much shorter prices.
And I don't think anybody is expecting some sort of 68 buyer performance in this race. You know what I mean? I don't really think you're going to. I think one of the reasons horses like the 4 and 7 are taking a lot of money is that because nobody's really done much running in this race, and you've got 2 first-time starters both trying to get a mile and 1/8 in their debut. While it's not impossible, not exactly the kind of race and horses you would gravitate to.
No, and I will say, going back quickly to Dominican Pirate, he was a little bit against the racetrack 3 starts back as well, where he was wide, and you kind of wanted to save ground that day back in February. So that was his only try at the mile and 1/8. And again, it's a number that is right there with some of your shorter
And this
prices.
is a trainer that's won with some ridiculous horses at big
ridiculous
prices. And at this price, I'm going to have to bet a few dollars and try to get into the exacta with the logical horses as well, because to me it makes absolutely no sense. Now maybe a firster can run, but listen, Coco Sun had that sort of odd trip down the inside at Charlestown first time out, but I'm not sure why that horse is half the price Dominican Pirate. Dominican Pirate's not a horse that's 0 for 17. It's not like he's had a million chances.
And if you isolate his races where he ran somewhat comparable to your shorter prices, you have 3 starts where he has a number in the 40s, and you have a start where he was coming off of a layoff going the mile, never got involved in that race. You have a debut, which you can always forgive, and he was pulled up in there, and then you have a turf try, which you can just draw a line through. So I completely see your logic with a horse who's going to be the longest shot in the field.
Yeah, I just think he's an overlay, and I think sometimes you just sort of have to try to bet horses that might not be your first choice. I did pick him second here, however, and there's the one Coco Sun, who's he's a very, very light gray.
He is. This one by Disco Partner. Certainly see plenty of the grays with him. And he did try to stretch out a little bit in that last start, switched over to the grass, didn't do any running that day, but also took a big bump at the break and never showed any early position there coming out of what was a sprint over at Charlestown. It seems as though with the blinkers on today, getting back to the dirt, they want him to be a little bit more forward.
And you mentioned him being a Disco Partner. Doesn't give you a lot of confidence that he's going to be a horse that wants a mile and 1/8, does it?
I can't say it's a big move up, no.
No, it just doesn't seem like one you want. And there's your 7 executive style. I don't see what everybody else seems to see on this horse, but I guess right now I'm in the minority as they are making their way to the track for race number 3, the one Coco Sun, Christopher Elliott riding for Eddie Pringle.
This one adding those blinkers, we'll see if he can have a little bit more early speed than he did in his prior 2 starts.
The number 2 Dominican Pirate, Omar Moreno, going out for Jose Jimenez.
We talked about this long shot being one that you might want to throw into some of those exotics, certainly could outrun his odds.
The number 4 Toga Dan, likely to be the post-time favorite, Flavian Pratt riding for Jorge Abreu.
This one coming in has at least a couple of starts that are fast enough to compete here, stretches out in distance.
The number 5, Solo Dancing, a firster for Mark Hennig with Katie Davis.
2 half-siblings did win their first starts, though, on the grass.
The number 6, Kaz Oil Changer, comes in for Demetrios Sinifis with Jose Gomez.
We've seen these connections show up with horses that outrun their odds on occasion, but not a ton going on in the pedigree to suggest that this one's going to show up.
Rounding out the field, the current favorite with Joel Rosario for Charlie Baker is Executive Style.
A half to a couple of horses who could at least handle a mile in state planning as well as executive move. This one will have to improve.
1 mile and 1/8, 1 lap around the oval, as we are also getting towards post time, or we're past post time, but towards the start of race number 4 at Laurel. Let's head down to Laurel for race number 4. I don't know, Sarah. I didn't have anything clever to say, though I would say the 4 at 3-1 right now could be a bit of an overlay.
That's fair. I kind of like the number 6 who ended up scratching in here, Lift the Lid, and that did leave me with a horse that is your current favorite towards the outside in Dissolute, who did catch that sloppy sealed track over the last 2 starts, one here at Laurel, one at Delaware, and just the fast track races. If you go back 3 starts ago, was at Penn National, but had been able to show up with that kind of number a couple of places, and I just thought we'd get the nice outside trip versus some horses that could be forward, like the number 1, even the number 7, Antonacci Girl.
My problem is that generally what happens at Penn National stays at Penn National. If you look at the last 6 or 7 races on the dirt, 68 and 69 figures at Penn, they kind of stand out like a sore thumb, don't they?
They do, but I will say the race in between those at Laurel, that competes here still. I understand if you want to go somewhere else at a short price, but it's not just those races by any means, because this field is pretty hungry for some faster efforts.
Oh, I completely agree with you. I mean, I think the winner's probably likely to come from the 1, 4, or 8. I'm a little surprised to see all the money that Antonacci Girl is taking, the number 7.
And this horse was forward in her last start, but that was also going 1 1/16 miles over a wet track at Pimlico. And it just seems as though with the cutback in distance, I don't know that we're as likely to see the same kind of early speed. Now, over her last 3 starts, she has been on a wet track.
Let's head downstairs and get more from Richie before they start race number 4 at Laurel.
Yeah, guys, quickly. We'll start with the 2, Dominican Pirate. I mean, just from a physical perspective, I like what I saw from this horse. He returns as a gelding. He's stretching to the 1 1/8 miles, although he has run a 1 1/8 miles previously. I just thought he looked good physically. I'm not going to pick him. I don't. His form doesn't match up to what I saw from a physical perspective, but I thought he was worth mentioning. The horse I will pick is the 4, Toga Dan. I like everything I'm seeing, and watching this horse's races, just look like this horse get swept off his feet sprinting. Pedigree suggests that the stretching out will help. Really resented the kickback last time, was climbing, jumping up and down, going 1 1/8 miles. First of all, should be more forward. And second of all, the kickback does not come back nearly as hard when you stretch out as opposed to sprints. And then the 7, Executive Style, who is taking all the money, your favorite. Showed some interest on debut. Again, I was wrong in the last race thinking that Pedigree horse wouldn't get the 1 1/8 miles. Well, this horse is also by Central Banker, so I'm not going to make that mistake again, guys.
Well, thank you, Richie. We'd all like to not keep making mistakes at the racetrack. They're heading to the gate finally for race number 4 at Laurel. Dave Rodman with the call.
Sanchez on Dissolute at 8-5. And they're off. Kitty's Pretty sent along early for the lead. Dissolute is right there. Dissolute up to a narrow lead from Kitty's Pretty. On the outside, Antonacci Girl just in third, and Trouble in between horses in that mix as well. Thunder in Paris is kept close in the second flight. The light blue cap in between horses within a length and a half of the front on the chase. Back to Gilda's Girl, and Just the Thing trails the field into the far turn. 4 furlongs left to go. Dissolute's in charge. Opens up a 2-length advantage. Dissolute rounding the far turn. Antonacci Girl second, Thunder in Paris is in third. Kitty's Pretty slips back under a ride in fourth, and Trouble alongside in 5th position. As they pass the 5/16 pole, Just the Thing second to last, and Gilda's Girl trailing the field. They race to the top of the stretch with Dissolute by 3. Dissolute from Antonacci Girl, and Thunder in Paris inside run at the 3/16 pole. Dissolute now in front by almost 2 lengths. Dissolute driven. 1 furlong left to go. Thunder in Paris gamely charging on the inside, going to tip just to the outside the 2-path. Dissolute, Thunder in Paris is trying. Antonacci Girl's right there too on the far outside. Dissolute holding the win. Dissolute wins it by a 1/2 length, and Thunder in Paris second. Antonacci Girl, Gilda's Girl.
They both went up at 8-5, with the 8 Dissolute getting the aggressive ride, being the winning ride. As Thunder in Paris getting second, took a while to extricate herself from that inside position as horses are now approaching the gate for our 3rd race here at Belmont. Since you're going to be leaving us, I think you're leaving us shortly after this race, and we've got a minute, Sarah. The pick 6 with the carryover, if you had to, and I'm not big on that single thing, but if you had to single anybody in the sequence, who would it be?
Well, I'll start with who I think is the most likely universal single, and that's 24 Mamba coming up later.
Really?
I would think that if you're going to single within the sequence, that he is one that would be very popular, because in the 7th race, to me, you're looking at something that's wide open. I think the finale is pretty open. I think that several races before that, there isn't somebody to strongly lean on. And so while I would want to have a little bit more coverage than a horse like 24 Mamba, I think that he's likely to be the most singled horse within that pick 6 sequence. But
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to say
who do you think it's going to be?
I think Dancing Jane in race number 5. I know she's coming off a layoff, but in that field, and I'm not sure there really is anybody that sticks out, but Dancing Jane runs back to her debut, and she will in all likelihood win. I'm not saying, but I don't agree with you. I think 24 Mambo, I agree he's in good form. I think that race is way too open for him to be a single in there.
I just think what others might.
I don't know. I think it's listen, I think there's a reasonable chance that Tazara in race number 4, the first leg is going to be, she might be one of the biggest favorites in the sequence, to be honest, and whether you like her or not. Flavien Prat, Chad Brown, second off, of coming over from Europe.
She
ran
was
pretty well last time,
kind
of ran up. Yeah, so,
I
mean, I think she's more likely to be a horse people lean on, but I think one of the things you're pointing out, there isn't a very
feel
like
strong
there's that one
lean.
This horse can't lose in a relatively small field or something, because even Dancing Jane, a bigger field, a lot of unknowns, hasn't run a long time, so there are some questions as well. We'll see what happens in that pick 6 as they are loading into the gate for race number 3. Chris Griffin will have the call.
Kaz Oil Changer. Kaz Oil Changer. Jose Gomez, they go in. Executive Style, last to load to the outside. Here's Executive Style. And in, all set. And they're off. Speed from Coco Sun. Right towards the front, drifts out a touch, but Coco Sun is there with Dominican Pirate. They're 1-2. Just in behind them will be Toga Dan. Is trying to look to tuck in, wanted to get out a little bit. Just moving forward is Kaz Oil Changer, has now taken third, and Kaz Oil Changer is rushing up, ensuring that they can pressure the pace setter Coco Sun as they get set to work to the backstretch. So Coco Sun is in front. Christopher Elliott is trying to slow things down, 23.71 for that opening quarter mile. Dominican Pirate gets back into the battle once again, is in between horses with a 3-wide Kaz Oil Changer. Executive Style gets a nice journey, is in fourth, is out there in the center of the racetrack, just following the 3 pace setters. Same can be said for Toga Dan, who now moves forward. They are 4th and 5th, and right in behind this pace battle up front. The trailer, far back, the lone trailer will be Solo Dancing. 48 seconds flat for half-mile time. Executive Style makes a quick move. There was an opening there, and Joel Rosario took it. Executive Style quickly has turned up the pressure and has put a nose in front. Was it the winning move there? Executive Style in between horses. 3-wide Kaz Oil Changer. Coco Sun is all in. Toga Dan, watch that early move, and here comes Toga Dan. And Toga Dan is moving right in behind this trio as they are all in. 112.76 for 3 quarters. And it's down to these 4 right now. Executive Style with still a nose in front. Kaz Oil Changer and Toga Dan looming up on the outside, the 3-5 favorite, and Toga Dan is ready to pounce, and here comes Toga Dan center of the racetrack. It's Toga Dan who's taken the lead from the back. Solo Dancing starts to run on. Kaz Oil Changers back to second. Executive Style could not keep that move going, is back to third. Toga Dan is wandering around, but Toga Dan is opening up in the late stages. Toga Dan, that's your winner. Toga Dan wins it. Kaz Oil Changer up for third. Solo Dancing in Executive Style in 1 minute 52.14 seconds.
Flavien Prat fell into an absolutely perfect trip on the 4 Toga Dan, who ended up an overwhelming 3-5 favorite in this race. Joel Rosario, I don't want to knock Joel with a move in the 7. I think that Joel thought with the 1, 2, and 6 battling, they were sort of primed to make that blitz and kind of open up 3 lengths in the field. He just didn't anticipate the 6 having so much horse, because frankly, the second place finisher, Kaz Oil Change, ran extremely well considering the situation in this race. But perfect trip for Toga Dan.
Oh, absolutely. And you are Joel Rosario's biggest defender and fan. And so I was questioning that move where he went ahead with things and split horses in there. And I agree with you. I think the number 6 ran extremely well in this spot, but he wasn't worried about his main competition having the running style that's going to come get him late with that premature early move.
Yeah, I at the end of the day, with the number 7 executive style running 4th, I mean, maybe the argument is if Joel hadn't tried to make that move, he might have salvaged 3rd. But frankly, the 6 ran way better than that horse did, and the number 4, Toga Dan, was probably going to win under any circumstances. The only horse that ran a race you could say was comparable was Kaz Oil Changer, who was battling wide the entire way in a race that kind of fell apart.
Yeah, we saw the 3rd place finisher really close from far, far back. This horse was well out of things early, that first-time starter, Solo Dancing. So I think Toga Dan, yes, he got the right kind of trip in here, but Kaz Oil Change, I don't think this horse is necessarily going to be 8-1 next time.
No, they are a sharp barn when they shop here. An executive style, who was the 2nd choice at the end of the day, just could not get the distance. Race number 3 is in the books as we head towards that pick 6 carryover, 30,500 and change. America's Day at the Races. Will be right back.
They're off in the Churchill Downs Stakes. And Gun Pilot 22.66 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 over the wire.
I want to thank today's America's Day at the Races, brought to you by our friends at Claiborne. They've been supportive of us since the very beginning, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. And I got to tell you, Sarah, there's nothing I like better than the scenics we show around Claiborne. Whether it's winter or summer, it's always nice to see Claiborne Farm as Flavien Prat back in a familiar spot in the winner's circle here with Toga Dan.
This one had the stats of trainer Jorge Abreu stretching out from a sprint to a route, got the right kind of setup in here. Flavien angling this horse out at the right time and what was an honest pace. And before we went to break, you and I were talking about the effort from the first-time starter Kaz Oil Changer to be on top of that pace that was coming apart in the late stages. But this one, he had some experience edge on some of these rivals and he was able to go on by.
No question about it, but it was a nice effort. Defeat by Kaz Oil Changer for a barn that has had a lot of success shipping horses into New York over the years. But the 4, Togodan, gets the popular victory in race number 3. I believe the first favorite to win in today's card in the 3rd race today. We will have a lot of action at Monmouth tomorrow. Now we're on until 4:30 both Saturday and Sunday, but we will be showing the Pegasus, brought to you by Naira Bets, a race, I'm sorry, we're not talking about Monmouth yet, we're talking about the 4th, where Tazara opens up as the 7-5 favorite.
I think you might be onto something with that likely a single in the sequence.
Well, I mean, this horse 6-5 is probably the shortest morning line I would guess in the sequence. I don't think that was that clever on my part. It's a small field and a 6-5 morning line. But now we'll talk about Monmouth and tomorrow's Pegasus, brought to you, sponsored by Naira Bets, where Garamond, well, he beat Cornucopian, and I don't think even Cornucopian is a disappointment. There are any Cornucopians in this field.
I would agree. And look, he was able to win in a 3-horse field by going to the front with Flavien Prat when Cornucopian, as we found out, was ridden to instruction to be rated. However, he still has a race that's just so much faster than what we've seen from the rest of this field. That 98 Beyer speed figure in that last start, and plenty of stakes action on the card tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think you have to like the fact that Garamond keeps getting faster with every race. And remember, Chad Brown told me before he debuted, he really, he thought he'd win at Tampa. He was a heavy favorite that day, and he said, I'm going to bring him up to Gotham, have some high hopes for him. You aren't getting 8-5 on that horse. This horse, the Pipe Dream. Listen, Sovereignty is a very, very big mountain out there to climb, but Garamond is on that list of potential second-half 3-year-olds.
It certainly seems like it from the limited starts that we've seen from him so far, and I actually don't think he ran poorly in his start prior to this.
No, he ran well in the Gotham in 3rd.
I think that coming into the race tomorrow for the Pegasus, it's not going to be done in this way with some other horses that have early speed and seem to need the lead a little bit more than he does. But I think he just took advantage of where he needed to be in a short field.
No, I agree. Listen, I'll tell you, before the last race, I didn't believe him, but Chad Brown said, I'm going to beat Cornucopian, and he was right. And, it'll be interesting. You look at him, Strategic Focus, who was disqualified from a win with a 102 Beyer up in Saratoga, a horse for Chad Brown, probably pointing towards the Curlin. These are some of the horses, and, this is going to be a tough year for an up-and-coming 3-year-old to pass Sovereignty because he's an unusually talented horse. But I think it's always interesting when we get to, after the Belmont Stakes, there always are some second-half 3-year-olds. Can they get to a point where they could at least maybe challenge the top horses? Pretty hard year for that.
And I think that looking at this crop of 3-year-olds so far, we've really seen them stamp themselves as clearly talented. Sovereignty beating Journalism twice and beating him fair and square and pulling away from him with some fast numbers at 1.25 miles on 2 separate occasions. But it's always exciting to look into those new shooters, see if somebody is able to rise to the occasion. And the Sovereignty, the form that he has, while I don't expect it to go anywhere, it's still hard to maintain a horse at their best condition.
I'm going to say that I'd be more surprised if he went backwards. I expect Sovereignty to get better. I think, you look at the leaps and bounds he's shown. Sarah, want to thank you again, of course. I'll be moving over into that spot. Greg Wolf will be coming up here, somebody who actually knows how to host America's Day at the Race. So look a little different when we come back, but it continues after a quick break.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Bucaro,
Any day. Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano. Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사생. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface. And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Lucero, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
Nestled behind the gates of Hillendale Farm at Alapa, you can find a cabin-like 5,000 square foot home called the Treehouse. It's a new one-of-a-kind getaway destination located in the heart of horse country. The home offers hewn beams, flooring made from lumber harvested from Maker's Mark's original rickhouse. A room with vintage horse saddles, the collection includes one that belonged to the king of rock and roll himself, Elvis Presley. You can enjoy a drink or a meal on the back screened porch or one of 4 decks that overlook the tranquil Stoner Creek. Upon request, reservations can be purchased to experience an inside look of a working thoroughbred farm with a tour of Hillendale. The Treehouse now offers a unique place to stay on the grounds that house the famed Kentucky Stallion Station and Thoroughbred Nursery of Hillendale at Alapa.
Good to be with you. Greg Wolf stepping in with Andy Serling. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. As we get set for a Pick 6 carryover coming up on this Friday card here, Belmont at the Big A. Good to be with you, and not an easy sequence. I heard you talking about earlier about who might be the most singled horse in the sequence. There's not a lot of singles to be had. I probably agreed with you in terms of who might take the most money.
Yeah, I think one of the potentials is Tazara. It's a relatively small field. She ran well last time, kind of ran off a little bit, so she's going to attract a lot of sport in there. I think in the race number 5, a lot of people may lean on Dancin' Jane. On the other hand, there's a lot of unknowns in that race. She's coming off a 9-month layoff, but she is very much the horse to beat. I think they're the two that will probably get leaned on the most, because I just don't think that people are going to be leaning too hard on Purist Performance in the 9th race. She's also the horse to beat.
Yeah, but that could go a lot of ways.
Yes.
Difficult one to close it out, no question. And a Pick 6 carryover with 30,500 plus in the pool, already 73,000 plus bet into today's pool in this Friday afternoon. And look, early on and tomorrow what's going to happen on the action. I'll be out at the Jersey Shore for a big weekend out at Monmouth, but we have this New York Stallion Series Cooper Coy's Joy Division, 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass for 3-year-old fillies.
Well, hopefully there won't be that much rain and we can run it in the grass, in which case Disco Star is going to be an overwhelming favorite. I actually think it becomes a much more open race if it should get rained off, and you'll probably see them all stay in. Disco Star can run in the dirt. But on the turf, Greg, I mean, you've got only one other horse with experience, Boston's Finest, who may be the second likeliest winner here. I mean, she's pretty good. She's coming out of a very, very tough field where she finished a narrowly beaten 3rd. And I just don't think it's likely on the turf that we see this one lose, Greg.
Time prior, outside of Stakes Company, where she broke her maiden sprinting, she won at 6 furlongs by 4 3/4 lengths. You don't see that kind of margin sprinting on the grass very often. If you do, it means that's a pretty darn good sprinter. So 3 to 5, as Andy said, assuming this remains on the turf.
I think there's a reasonably good chance we end up, unfortunately, rained off tomorrow. Keep an eye on that. Want to let people know. I think there's 4 turf races scheduled. They're all a little dicey, but there are dirt opportunities. I would argue this race becomes more open on the dirt.
Yeah.
Might be a better betting race
Could be.
on the dirt.
Yeah. Pick 6 carryover coming up in just a little bit. It will start with a 6 furlong sprint. on the outer turf and allowance optional claiming race. And look who is back. Galibrand, formerly with Belmont, who had beat the boys in the Grade 3 with Anticipation back when she was a 2-year-old filly.
You know, it's interesting. I remember, and I think it was Maggie in the paddock. It may have been Acacia, but when she came back in the Wild Applause in June, and I remember the feeling from the paddock was, and I'm almost sure it was Mag, it said, she just hasn't grown at all. She doesn't look like she's grown up at all. And, I mean, she hit the nail on the head because she really didn't improve. I mean, she improved a little bit from 2 to 3, but not that much. A very good 2-year-old. I think Rob Attra's kind of going back to the drawing board, right? She won her debut sprinting. And at the very least, well, I think you would agree she's better going longer. Good place to get started.
Yes, indeed. There she is, Manny Franco, now with Rob Attras. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yep, you are right, Andy. It was me in the paddock as Galibrand, her 3-year-old campaign was disappointing to say the least, as showing so much promise when she was a 2-year-old and winning that with Anticipation and beating a Graded Stakes winner in Carson's Run that day. But Galibrand, look, she is still a little bit on the too light side. Rob's done well to get her to put on as much conditioning as I'm sure he possibly could. And, you know, she looks a bit better, but she comes back and she's awfully hot and washy, and it's not particularly hot today. Yesterday it was far warmer, especially down here in the paddock. And I agree with the guy's sentiment that this is probably a starting place for her as she, you know, presents herself as wanting longer. But then again, just to play devil's advocate, she did win her first start going the 5.5 furlongs and equaled that same figure in the With Anticipation. So maybe all along she does want to sprint. It's an interesting spot to get her going. As you see all that chrome on her, I mean, she could be a registered paint with all the white that she has on her. But she's a big price, so if you like her, fine. But she's just not for me, and honestly, she just hasn't been. As we'll check in with the other Chad Brown horse, and that is number 6, Risk Threshold, as she comes back off of a layoff. It's kind of an interesting, you know, duo for Chad because both of them are quick. Now, I would say that Tazara might be a little bit quicker, and plus she's drawn more towards the inside, at least just based upon demeanors, because Tazara, again, is very keen and eager, whereas Risk Threshold, while I've seen her be that same way in the past, she's actually quite quiet and relaxed today, coming back off the bench as the plane is flying particularly low over the paddock right now. She does look a little bit on the softer side. Like, it's not a typical Chad Brown statement for me to say about a layoff runner, but she looks as though from a fitness perspective that she's gonna benefit from a start. Now, as a now 5-year-old mare, she's done some filling out and she's kind of reached that peak physical form that you hope that horses do so when they're 5. But still, again, Greg, I think I'd take the wait and see approach and probably prefer her uncoupled stablemate.
Maggie, thank you. Again, that will kick off the Pick 6 carryover. We'll get back to it in a moment. They're at the gate at Laurel Park, so we're going to head out there right now. 5.5 furlongs, maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies, where the favorite is outside Doc's Miracle, a filly with a race under her belt for Gary Capuano.
I think that she's kind of the one to beat, given that she has that race under her belt. I'm interested in a long shot firster, and listen, the way she's not getting bet. The 7 Barbados Bulldog, probably a bad sign. But I mean, from a pedigree standpoint of production from the dam side, she towers over the field. The dam had 9 runners, 6 weren't that good, but 3 were really good. I don't really know anything about Barbados Desire other than he's being a Speightstown, but I thought from a dam side pedigree as a long shot, she had a little pedigree. But I think with the trouble Doc's Miracle had, she's probably the likeliest one, especially given none of these firsters are getting bet like they're really good. You know what I mean? You're not seeing somebody at 6-5 in here, so it makes you kind of feel like maybe the firsters just aren't that good.
Stablemate to the favorite, I guess, a little bit, right? For Gary Capuano as well, the 4, Dreaming of Alice.
A little.
5-2.
And, you know, she's got a couple of runners, the dam that ran buyers in the 70s, won the 60s. So she's got a little dam side pedigree. She's 5-2, but there's nobody in here that they're, you know, that's getting. And put it this way, I know the 8 had a little bit of trouble in the first start, and she did break slowly and got pinched. She still didn't do much running, and she's 9-5 today. To me, it says the firsters just may not be that good.
Dave Rodman with the call. Here is the 5th. Starts the Pick 5 from Laurel Park.
And they're off. Ginger Snap and Last Gift for the first two away are going to speed forward from Doc's Miracle into third. Dreaming of Alice fourth on the inside and sent along only about 3 lengths off the speed of Last Gift. Then back another 2 lengths to Barbados Bulldog and Tacit Value on the inside. And last of them all back there is Ishal into the far turn run. Ginger Snap on the outside, Last Gift out of the inside. And 3 furlongs left to go. Dreaming of Alice willing on the inside from just third. Doc's Miracle racing on the outside as they reach the 5/16 pole. Tacit Value is next, and Barbados Bulldog Ishal is trailing the field. Turning for home, and it's Ginger Snap. Ginger Snap, the leader, holding sway length and a half, shifting to the inside of Dreaming of Alice has got an inside run. Dreaming of Alice, Jan Rodriguez up the rail with 1 furlong left to go to take the lead from Ginger Snap in second. Tacit Value on the outside, running on to try to grab third. They're close to home now. Here's Dreaming of Alice. Dreaming of Alice, flashy winner by almost 4. Ginger Snap, then Tacit Value. Doc's Miracle finished 4th.
Dreaming of Alice winds up going off your 2-1 post-time favorite here. Gary Capuano Barn, debut effort, winning one. It's all first-time starters, 1, 2, 3. As we get back to New York and post-parade for the first leg of the Pick 6 carryover. 6 furlongs, outer turf. We start with All Class.
And she finished a couple of lengths, a neck behind the favorite last time, and I could see her moving forward. It was just her first time going the 6 furlongs on the turf. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong horse. I'm talking about the 2. All Class, first time on the turf, no pedigree. Sorry.
Yeah, Golden Canary, definite case to be made at 5-2. Marcassi Barn, Rat Ortiz Jr. Here's Galabrand. Debut was sprinting at 5.5 and 1.
I think Maggie's point, that there's a chance that maybe she's more of a turf sprinting type. We'll see. It's a big price if you like her.
Chad Brown, Philly, second start in the States.
I don't think she's going to be the one in front today. I don't think they're going to want her to run off the way she did last time out. We'll see if that's the case.
Case to be made for Simply Stated, 8-1.
Okay, go ahead and make it. She is coming off a bog last time and was third to Pipsy, 2 back.
Yep, that was the
Won at
case
Saratoga.
at a huge price. Here's Risk Threshold. When she's good, she's very quick early and out in front.
I like the way Junior rides her. He lets her get the lead by sort of running into the race, and I believe she'll clear today, and that's the only way she could win. She can't win without the lead. Foolish ride last time when rated stretching out, not the plans, and I think she has a very good chance to upset the favorite.
Here's your 4-5 favorite, though, 4, Chad Brown. Second start here in the U.S. was second, beat less than 2 lengths in that state's debut. Let's go back to Maggie.
I'm going to now. Andy has more inside information when it comes to Chad Brown runners than I do, but I will say this about Tazara. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to rate her. She is a little bit more settled, actually a good bit more settled than what she was for her stateside debut, where she was incredibly fizzy. I mean, she was a handful in the paddock. She was even worse out on the racetrack. She got really hot too. So to her credit, I thought she ran very well whilst in defeat, because I think she expended way too much energy pre-race. Now, like I said, today she is a bit more settled. She's not washed out. She's really, really fit now, second off the bench. But she is a lot sharper acting, at least in the prelims, than her stablemate in here, number 6, Risk Threshold. So we'll see who ultimately plays out, and if that's the plan, if Tazara takes to rating today. Now, the horse that will be my selection in here, I tried her last time. That's number 2, Golden Canary. She was not quite fast enough early. She actually found herself in last as they rounded the turn. I'm hoping that Rat Ortiz Jr., now granted, Ricardo Santana, who rode her last time, is a rider who is fairly aggressive, but Irad really warmed her up today. So hopefully he doesn't lose as much position as what happened last time. And she's a little bit more close because she was the horse who made up the most ground in that last effort behind Tazara. She looks phenomenal now, third off the bench and trying this Aqueduct Oval for the second time. And then let's check in with number 5, Simply Stated. I agree with what Greg said about her start 2 back against Pipsy, who is very impressive in winning the Intercontinental. Oh my gosh, there's so many stakes up there. I lose track of them all. But she traveled towards the rear and she swung out in the stretch and she ran on very well that day. Now, she does exit a plethora of 5 and 5.5 furlong races. And I'm not saying she's fast enough on turf to be in front here, but she was really bullish back in the paddock, really on the muscle, very strong mare overall here from Mike Trombetta. So look for her to at least be more forward now getting to the 6 furlongs, Greg.
I just want to be clear. I have absolutely no information whatsoever. I have never talked about this race with Chad Brown, not even for 1 second. It is my opinion that the 6 needs the lead to win. And Maggie may well be right about the 4, and I obviously respect her opinion as much as anybody's, but I know Chad Brown and the way he thinks. And my guess is he was a little frustrated with the 4s running off. Now, maybe she's that kind of horse and nothing can do about it. But the 6 has sort of proven that she's a horse that cannot win without the lead. So I expect her to be in front. I have had no conversation with Chad about this horse, none. And the truth is, I don't usually have these conversations. And if I do and I'm on the air, I tell people what I've heard. And I think Chad will be the first one to tell you that I'm the one who told him that dynamic pricing was going to win the Just a Game. I think he was a little bit dubious at the time, though he grew to liking her much more as we got closer to the race.
There's the speedster you're thinking about. And yeah, when she's been successful, the 2 times she has crossed the wire first, Risk Threshold, she has used her speed as her weapon, and she's been dominant on the front end. Can she do that again today? We'll find out shortly.
Before she ran last time, Chad said to me, my reasoning was stretched. 7.5 is really a mile down at Gulfstream. It's a huge run-up. He said, I'm hoping, this is a way to get her to relax in the front end, and was obviously not thrilled when the rider decided to rate her in that race where she obviously had no chance. And she actually didn't even run that badly when you consider the way she runs and the fact that she had to rate. I myself am hoping she's in front, and I bet her. But I could be wrong, and Maggie may well be right. Maybe the 4 is just a bit of a runoff.
4 to 5 on that stablemate in the background there, Flavien Prat. She's hiding from the camera. Big U.S. debut. And, yeah, we'll see what tactics are if she can settle. She was a very short price first time in the States. Group 3 placed over in Europe.
She's got a lot of talent. Listen, she's the horse to beat in this race, and Risk Threshold has a lot of questions to answer, but she has run some pretty quick races in her day, and I think she's finally in a spot where she can wire the field. We'll see, though. I could be wrong. Maybe she's not fast enough to be in front of the 4.
And this one here, inside position with Irad Ortiz Jr., 3rd off the bench in that big closing effort last start. Another one, yeah, can this one be a little bit more forward and in the game early? She was, as Maggie mentioned, last at the midway point of the race in her most recent effort. Still did a good job to make up a lot of ground. Was only a neck behind the odds-on favorite. 3 to 5 now on this one. Tazara with Prat for Chad Brown. Resolute Racing as we get set for this Pick 6 carryover on our Friday card. $153,000 bet into that $30,000 carryover. Chris Griffin to get us started.
All set.
Backing up here, boys. Backing up. Hold up. Okay.
And they're off. Speed towards the far outside, Risk Threshold. And Tazara joins that early leader too. They're the clear 1-2. Risk Threshold will get to the front. Is going to cross over there with Tazara, who's still holding that position, wants to stalk the pace setter, who now gets in front, is up by a full length. Back there in 3rd is going to be Simply Stated at the rail. There's Golden Canary. The 2 at the back, All Class and Galabrand. It's Risk Threshold, who went 22-3, is unopposed right now on the front end, works into the far turn, is doing it easily so far. And here comes Tazara towards the outside, is ready to stalk and pounce, as Simply Stated, is a clear 3rd. The front 3 start to get away here, as right there in 4th there is Golden Canary, All Class, and trying to pick it up from Galabrand is the trailer. They reach the top of the lane. Risk Threshold has had the lead. Tazara is now cut loose up on the outside. Risk Threshold, though, with that early pace, still has something left towards the inside. Here's Golden Canary, who's presenting a challenge too. Risk Threshold has a 16th left to go. Tazara is coming after her. Risk Threshold still in front. Risk Threshold wins it. Over Tazara, who was 2nd. Then came Golden Canary and Simply Stated. In 1 minute 7.31 seconds.
Risk Threshold using her best weapon to her advantage once again, holding off her stablemate for the 3rd win of her career.
And Junior Alvarado fits this horse like a glove. He has ridden her the same way every time he's ridden her, and she's run winning races in each one of them. I am going to say the rail's an advantage, and that probably played strongly in her favor here, having that inside position. But you think about the time that she was third in the stake race when Junior rode her. He doesn't rush her the front. He's not that kind of rider. He lets her ease into that position. So she got away with an extremely slow first quarter here. Clearly, they didn't want to be on the front end with Cesar. They reined her in. She wasn't able to beat her. They ran 1-2, but it was risk threshold at a bigger price getting the money.
7-2 start to this pick six carryover. Chad Brown Barn 1-2. And yeah, Junior Alvarado, who had won on this 5-year-old mare now back in September of last year to get that A other than allowance victory. Back on board for another win. He did his job, got to the front from that outside post, and able to clear, get down to the inside, and finish.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, I think there's an argument that Cesar ran the better race, and we have now seen, 3 of the 4, actually 4 of the 5 outer turf races since the rails went to 0 yesterday were won by horses that were inside speed, and I think it is helping their performances here. But risk threshold can only win in the front end, and she was able to get it done by getting the front and getting a relatively easy first quarter.
7-2 upset when beating an odds-on favorite to start the pick six. If you had this one, you'd love to see it. Quick out of the gate to the front and risk threshold. Gate to wire. Here in race 4 from Belmont at the Big A. Late pick 5 when we come back.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
The ex-race horses that come to North Country Horses are allowed to relax after their race careers and are then brought along slowly to point to a new job.
We let the horses tell us what they might want to do.
In the case of standard-bred Call Me Kinger, Amanda Vance thinks he could do anything from pleasure riding to hunter classes at horse shows.
It doesn't matter if he goes to a show home or a pleasure home, as long as he is well cared for and loved in that home.
The gelding's education is being supported by Chelsea O'Reilly of the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, which is also known as TRF. O'Reilly grew up driving horses and now uses her skills to transition both trotters and thoroughbreds to second careers. O'Reilly loves seeing the two organizations working together to help two kinds of horses.
By having a facility close to Saratoga, showcasing two sides of aftercare at one facility, that everybody can work together to rising tide raises all ships. So, and to be able to pick each other's brains about how to succeed and really showcase how New York is supporting aftercare.
TRF and New Vocations are among many aftercare organizations supported by the New York State Thoroughbred Breeding Fund, which has provided more than $1 million in the past decade to aftercare groups in the state. This thoroughbred was adopted by Amanda Vance from the New York Horsemen's Take the Lead program. Amanda allows volunteers as well as students to ride her gelding. The day of our visit, we met two students from local high schools which offer vocational training for the equine industry. We watched Hudson Falls senior Shaylin Perry give Small Town Throwdown his first post-track ride.
Well, we've been working on him with lunging, desensitizing, getting a saddle on him, just grooming him, getting him used to off-track life, and then trying to get him used to having a saddle and a rider now.
Next time, Shaylin grabs his mane and swings her leg over his back.
Good boy.
Good boy. Good boy. It's pretty exciting to see how kindly King accepts his rider and her guidance.
Good boy.
You're so smart.
Vance and O'Reilly agree that racetrack experience helps make retraining go much more smoothly.
They are versatile, they can do anything, and they've been everywhere. They have truck, they have trailer, they see the vet, they see the farrier. They are so well-minded for their age bracket that they can go on to any career.
When you adopt a horse from our program, you're actually helping two horses. So you've adopted him out of our program, and that makes room for the next horse to come in.
New Vocations proud to be the oldest and largest racehorse adoption program in the country, serving more than 600 retired racehorses each and every year. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We have the late pick 5 when we come back. Here from Belmont of the Big A, it was Threshold 7-2, upsetting an odds-on favorite, the stablemate for the Chad Brown Barn. To get us started in the carryover, will be a mile on the turf when we come back. New York bred, $50,000 maiden claiming race coming up.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrogate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrogate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Friday coverage here, America's Day at the Races, Risk, Threshold, Klarovich Stable Silks, Chad Brown Barn, Junior Alvarado, who'd won on this 5-year-old mare now, back when she was a 4-year-old filly, September of last year.
Just rides her very well. I think he sort of understands that she needs to be in front, but she's not the kind of horse you need to rush to get there. And he lets her find her groove and get to the front. And she's run extremely well for Junior, and a horse that has a lot of talent if she can get the lead. But to be fair, the racetrack worked in her favor a little bit too.
But good, yeah. You only get the one opportunity in the race, and Junior did exactly what he had to do and put her in the position to win. Good on him to do that.
Yep.
7-2, beating an odds-on favorite to start off this pick 6 carryover. And the late pick 5. Again, we'll stretch out on the turf. Mile on the grass, New York breds, $50,000 maiden claiming race, all trying to get that first win. 4-5 here on Dancing Jane. Linda Rice, who had been in against State Bred Maiden 40 first time out, just missed against the next out winner and then stepped up in class. We've not seen her since September of last year.
Her first race was actually very good. That was actually the last race of the Saratoga meet last year, and the rails were down, and the rail was extraordinarily strong. Both the first and second, third finishers never left the fence, where she was out in the middle of the racetrack the entire way around the track, ran really well. A disappointing race the next time, but they were tougher horses she was running against, and the pace got pretty hot and basically collapsed. Now she's in against a field that she kind of has at her mercy, unless there's a horse that hasn't run before, hasn't run the turf, that really steps forward, and you have a layoff to deal with. But I'll tell you something, after the 4 lost the last race and she loses, if she were to lose here, you will have knocked out a significant portion of the pick 6 pool, and if you're still alive after that, you're looking at the possibility of a very good payoff, even if favorites win the rest of the card, because you will have knocked down 2 heavy favorites.
All right, we'll get to paddock report post-parade from that race in a moment. Let's look ahead to the weekend. Going to be a very good one out at Monmouth. Of course, Father's Day is always huge. Head to the Jersey Shore, and a great card on Saturday, including the Monmouth Stakes, mile and an eighth on the turf, 3-year-olds and up, and the return of King Max for Jorge Delgado. Has been off since March of last year.
And his good races are good, and he's a major player if he can run his race. You know, redistricting, he's going to have to put one of these races together. He has run extremely well at times, but this is nowhere near as easy as the race that came off the turf on Saturday in Saratoga, and one of the reasons is King Max.
Well, this is the last time we saw him, March 2nd of last year, at a little bit different story here, mile 3/8.
Yeah, but he's good at this distance. A Kingman, I love the Kingmans. I think Kingman, of all of the horses that have come from Europe, I'd have to say the stallion that's had the most success here have been the Kingmans. He is a tremendous sire, a Juddmonte horse.
Off the bench, we'll see what we get. John Velasquez scheduled to ride.
Can Signator bounce back after a bad race on the softer turf at Pimlico on Preakness Day?
Meanwhile, Otago, highest distinction, they were just 1-2 at a mile and a 16th on the turf in Monmouth back on May 24th.
Yeah, but they're going to have to run their very best races if any of the aforementioned horses get back to their really good efforts, and see what we get from redistricting, but they are coming off good performances at Monmouth.
Otago, this was the 4th victory of his on the grass for trainer Kelsey Danner. And a tight finish, so they'll get reunited. But yeah, as you said, they're facing a much tougher proposition with the other faces who were lining up.
Even the Euro coming in at last. Be an interesting race, and let's hope it stays in the turf. Have you not been to Monmouth since we were there in 2015 for the Fox Jockey Club Series?
It'll be my first trip back since.
I haven't been there since that day either. It was fun. I loved going there. It's a great track. It really is.
Back to New York. Race 5.
This is race 6 at Laurel.
Sorry.
You should be very sorry. Very, very sorry. I've worked with you now for the better part of 10 years, and that's one of the first mistakes you've ever made.
I came up here for talking horses with you without all my work.
Yes,
the
you
other
did.
day.
That was impressive. That's all right. I went to the First Floor studio for Talking Horses today and was wondering why the door was locked.
Before that even happened, not bringing up my
That
work,
was-
I
just-
went to the
did you
wrong
go there?
studio.
Good.
Yeah.
On your game? Kids waking up in the middle of the night?
Yeah, 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Thanks, kids.
They're
Still
like
love you.
alarm clocks.
This race, $25,000 maiden claiming group coming up. Mile on the turf.
I'm not going to argue against the number 12, who appears to be the horse to beat. Has had only 2 starts in the turf and feels like the last one was good enough to beat this field. The 10 Doctor's Order, another one that's run races, albeit against some cheaper ones, seems okay in here as well. A lot of money for somebody else, the 7 horse. Efficacy. I don't like sprinters stretching out, especially closing sprinters, but this trainer's had a long shot win that kept the ROI up good, a maiden stretching out from sprints to routes, but lower numbers. What do you think of the 9 Super Chunk? One thing you know about him, he'll be fit coming out of races at 2.5 miles. And, it's not like his debut on the turf at 1.1 miles was that bad. And maybe getting back to a regular turf race, I don't think he should be 11-1. Do you?
Never really got a shot, right? I mean, your first start of your career, you can always make an excuse for, especially going long on the grass. That's not easy to do. So, yeah, sort of an unknown in here, and that is a big price.
I'm going to have to bet a few dollars and make a little 12-9 exacta.
Yeah, Bridie last time on the turf was the 12 we're talking about. Halloween last year, 62 buyer, finishing 3rd for this maiden 25 level. I guess of the firsters, Bourbon Time, well, the only firster, excuse me, but is taking some money considering some experience in here. 6-1 on that debuter by Bourbon Courage.
Bourbon Courage is 6 for 111 as a sire on turf routers. He's had more success as a turf sprint sire. The dam herself, a 4-time winner on the turf, and she actually moved way up on the turf. She has not had any luck, though, with production. She had one horse that won on the jumps.
Favorite is 12 to the outside, 9-5 on Bridie, 4-year-old by DeMarshall Yeh. Dave Rodman with the call. Here's the 6th from Laurel to start a pick 4.
Rodriguez, Doctor's Orders. Bridie 9-5 on Secret Service. 1 out Bridie. Now 8-5. Mile on the all along course. Rail 0 setting. Set. Mile. They're off. Slow to begin. There was Bourbon Time. FXC out of the gate first. And On Secret Service going right to the front now. On Secret Service up front from Efficacy. He'll take back and settle in the 2nd spot. Another 2. And Blue Regalia is traveling on the inside in 3rd position as they round that turn. Doctor's Orders racing in 4th. The inside is Super Chunk racing in 5th. And Bridie is 6th. Back to Basic Miles back of the pack. And Bourbon Time trails the field. Racing down the backstretch On Secret Service. The gray flashing away with a 3.5 or 4 length lead on Efficacy. Closest to the front running target in 2nd. Blue Regalia is just 3rd on the inside of Doctor's Orders, who's in 4th. Bridie's trying to work forward from 5th position. Out of the clear about the 3 or 4 path as they head on for the far turn. Super Chunk also trying to take closer order in a little tight in between horses. Back to Basic Miles, has 8 to make up at this point, and Bourbon Time trails the field. Into the far turn On Secret Service Efficacy. Now bidding up 2nd on the outside. A head lead for On Secret Service Efficacy. They quicken away just a bit from Doctor's Orders is in 3rd. Bridie on the outside racing in 4th position, followed by Super Chunk on the inside. Another 3 to Basic Miles. They make the turn for home On Secret Service. Efficacy is not quite by yet. Out the center of the track now is Bridie moving in between horses. Doctor's Orders. Bridie, Doctor's Orders coming at On Secret Service with a furlong left to go. They're down to settle it. Bridie on the far outside. Doctor's Orders digging on the inside. Doctor's Orders wins it by a neck from Bridie. Then it was Basic Miles up 3rd and Super Chunk 4th.
10-12-1 finish. Doctor's Orders. Career start number 9. breaking through with that maiden score.
Two logical horses, 1 4-1, 1 6-5. A slightly better trip for the 10 probably made the difference. My 9 couldn't have got a better trip, just had absolutely nothing.
Back to Belmont at the Big A, start of the late pick 5. And a 4-5 favorite, Dancing Jane, Linda Rice barn. 2 starts that were very productive relative to deserving to be the favorite against this field back as a 3-year-old as she gets set for her 4-year-old debut. There she is, the 7. Start with Fifi La Fume, debuting on grass.
Has improved a bit in the dirt. Wish it had a little bit more turf pedigree.
Next store, Gustavo Rodriguez barn, Atta Girl Eddie.
First time on the turf for the new barn that's been pretty live, but not a barn that has particularly good numbers on grass.
Country House filly.
Don't see many
with her shins.
Huge pedigree on this one, the second dam, but as evidenced by her 1 turf race, she's just not much horse, but she's got an enormous pedigree. Dam side.
Mischievous Trick, Kendra Carmouche at 15-1.
Not much to say about a horse that has 1 turf race going short where she did no running.
Wow, this one taking a lot of money here. Lucy Playa.
She's my other horse, the Dam 1-5, a 13 race in the turf, an 89 buyer. I want to give her a shot. Looking at Lucky, not bad as a turf stallion as well.
Here's the 4-5 favorite, Dancing Jane.
Just way the horse to beat in this race, Dancing Jane. She runs back to her debut. They better do a lot of running to beat her.
First time starter for Miguel Clement, Falve.
Yeah, the Dam was 1 for 22 in the turf. She handled it, and Munning's not a terrible turf influence. Not taking any money, though.
Good second dam, although it was in dirt. She was a multiple graded stakes winner. Saipan, Tom Worley Barnes switches to grass.
With a more proficient turf stallion than Mission Impassable, I would probably be interested in this horse. Fortunately, is more of an 8% sire, but there is turf on the Dam side.
And 10-1 as well. Broken Zipper outside Melanie Giddings.
Yeah, and Dam has produced a winner on the turf. Probably a better turf influence than Mr. Monomoy, but her horses certainly ran well in Saratoga this weekend.
So odds on Dancing Jane. Does she look the part of the price, Maggie?
She does, and she looks ready for this return to the races. Her first start now as a 3-year-old, Greg. She just comes in incredibly fit. She was a big, lanky frame as a 2-year-old. She hasn't necessarily filled it out, but she at least looks ready, and she's very focused, and she just ticks all the boxes, especially against this field, at least physically, that you want to see from a prohibitive favorite. As we'll check in with another horse that I do think is a little bit interesting, Atta Girl Addie for Gustavo Rodriguez, as her start 2 back whilst on the turf for previous connections. She was wired by the favorite that day, and when I have seen her in the past, she does tend to get a bit hot, washy, nervous. Not today. She's relaxed enough, but eager as well, you know, showing that she's ready for this return to the races. Looks fit, looks strong, and I just think, while I love Jamie Begg, the way that the Gustavo Rodriguez barn has been going lately, I think she deserves a look here, dropping back down in class, especially on the turf and at this distance. Moving on to some first-time turfers, number 6, Lucy Playa. She is a daughter, as you heard, of Looking at Lucky, whom I do like his progeny switching to the turf. And the Dam, she was 5 for 13, albeit on in turf sprints. And the lone sibling tried the turf, but that was Avino Rosso, and I do think that Looking at Lucky is a more proficient turf sire. I just wish she looked more convincing. I was really excited to see what I thought, given the pedigree, but it's not like she looks overly turf. To me, she just kind of looks like a plotter, and maybe, you know, getting more ground is definitely going to help her. Will she take to the surface? Possibly. We saw Jimmy Ryerson win with a horse first time on the turf in the nightcap yesterday. So, and throughout the years of me working here, Jimmy Ryerson does have a fairly proficient eye when it comes to switching horses. I just wish, for me, she looked a bit more convincing. As number 9, Saipan, she definitely looks convincing. I know when you look at stats when it comes to Mission Impossible, they're not great when switching to the turf, but through me working with some of his progeny personally, if there's a modicum of turf pedigree on the bottom side, that usually overrules him. I've seen them handle the turf quite nicely, and she has every turf physical attribute that you could ask for. Really long slack pasterns, really flat hoof to her, more of an angular hind end. She's not the biggest in the world. I wish there was more of her, but she's incredibly fit now, second time out, and should be fine stretching out in distance given her demeanor. She's very calm, laid back here today. And then the 8 Fauve, who is a first-time starter. Looks good for the turf. I just wish she looked a bit more fit. You know, I would prefer her a little bit more if this was a sprint race. And 2, Miguel sends her out with blinkers on, first time out. And I just don't love that with a first-time starter. She just looks as though she's going to benefit from a start, especially from the fitness perspective. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. 2 minutes to get these late pick 5 tickets together. And an odds-on favorite. We had an odds-on favorite defeated. First leg of the pick 6 carryover. This one looks pretty solid.
I mean, these are the 2 biggest leans in the sequence. I think you would agree. And, you know, no one's saying it wouldn't be hit. But, you know, I just find the whole idea, I find pick 6s fascinating. I almost never play them anymore. I used to play them for years, all the time. But I think it's very interesting to talk about them and how
it was
tickets,
a $2 pick 6.
Yes. Oh, yeah. You know, I'd split it with friends. You know, I didn't often play by myself. I usually
But
split
still,
with
it makes
friends.
it a much tougher ticket to put together.
Absolutely, it does. And I think, you know, if you're somebody that's never really played the pick 6, take a $2,000 mythical bankroll and put your tickets together. And I think it'll teach you how hard it is, because you tend to think, you know, you see results, you say, I could have had that. It's very hard to get all the winners on the same ticket. That's the problem. You might play multiple tickets and have all 6 winners on different tickets, but you got to get them all on the same ticket. And in this kind of play, we've already eliminated a lot of small tickets, right? With the favorite winning losing the first leg. And you've got a 3 to 5 there, a 4 to 5, now 3 to 5 here. There's going to be if the 7 doesn't win here, a huge percentage of the tickets have been eliminated. It doesn't mean it won't be hit, but if you get through this race with somebody other than the 7 winning, I'm rooting for you, because you're in a position to make a hit.
I'll take a look at Dancing Jane, this odds-on favorite here. This was back in the debut against State Bred Maiden 40 Company in Saratoga.
She never had a breather. She was outside without cover against a gold rail the entire way around the racetrack. Frankly, on a fair racetrack, she ran a very big race. She came back in a much tougher spot, got involved in a tough pace that fell apart, and still didn't run that badly. The layoff is the concern. If she is ready to go off the layoff and she runs her race, and keep in mind this race is on the inner, when the rails are at 27 feet, I didn't think there was anything to suggest a bias in the only one race we ran on it yesterday. She is going to win this race. But, you know, listen, there are unknowns. The 5 first time on the turf. Maggie had good things to say about the 9, and it's rare that Maggie has good things to say about her husband's horses. I kid, but I think she feels it's a sort of she's in a no-win position. If she likes the horse, they assume she has some information. She's not that kind of person. She's like me. She wants to be right.
Like the way she looked warming up,
but
too.
she had
You
good
get
things to
Flavie
say.
and Pratt.
Yeah. Big price. You don't see double digits on him. Fauve has some pedigree.
There's the 9.
So there are unknowns. But in this kind of field, a horse like the 7 is a known commodity, and she's just way the horse to beat.
But, you know, turf routes, short price favorites, a little bit different proposition.
You don't see 3 to 5 shots in these races, especially turf maiden claiming races, and the layoff is a concern. If she had run those 2 races, you know, and sort of recently coming in here, you would have felt she almost
Different
couldn't
ballgame,
lose
yeah.
here. But the layoff has to be a concern. Linda's layoff numbers are not exceptional. But most of them don't look like this horse.
Pick 5 pool closing in on $200,000 as we load for the first leg of the sequence here. Mile on the turf. There's Atta Girl Addie stepping in. Blinkers coming off for Gustavo Rodriguez, who takes over, formerly with Jamie Begg. Before that, Robbie Davis. Here's the filly by DQ winner of the Kentucky Derby, Country House.
You were saying to me, we're off camera, and I agree. You don't see a lot of country houses.
No, you don't.
And the dam, people wondering, I think this second dam is like Soaring Softly. It's that family. It's the,
oh, wow.
Yeah, no, it's a killer family. I mean, a huge family. But she sold for $10,000. Not a good sign with that kind of pedigree. And didn't do any running in her turf race.
Chris Griffin to get us started in the late pick 5 on this Friday card from Belmont at the Big A.
is in. All set. And they're off. Atta Girl Addie flashes early speed, and here between horses, Dancing Jane moves forward. Lucy Playa is in the early mix too, and Lucy Playa puts a nose in front. They move quickly up top. Dancing Jane is trying to slow down here, is going to get this runner here. The front runner just wants to sprint off and is doing just that. Lucy Playa has now opened up, is up by a clear length. Dancing Jane is trying to settle right in behind that leader. There's one being eased at the back end of the field. That's Fauve. Fauve has been eased. Looks to be okay. It's just been eased out of the race. And now is stopped in the first turn. So the leader is Lucy Playa. There's Dancing Jane in second. At the rail is Saipan. Followed by Broken Zipper, who's in fourth, and Atta Girl Addie now challenges for fifth to the outside of Widershins. Fifi Lafume. Mischievous Trick, and again eased. Early was Fauve. 23 seconds flat was the posted. Opening quarter mile, 47.4 for half mile time. Lucy Playa trying to take them all the way. Dancing Jane caught that breather and is back for more. And here comes Dancing Jane, is now looming up on the outside of an encouraged Lucy Playa, who's trying to hold that margin. But Dancing Jane travels very nicely. Saipan is now in third, is trying to chase this leading duo. Broken Zipper's lost some ground. Widershins is trying to rally on. They reach the top of the lane, and Lucy Playa hasn't gone away yet. Dancing Jane is now got to keep up as Lucy Playa's found more. Dancing Jane now commencing that rally one more time, but Lucy Playa is a stubborn foe. Down to the inside is Saipan, who's rushing on, and Widershins is rolling too. Widershins is now up on the grandstand side, and here comes Widershins to push on by. Widershins wins it at 43-1. Saipan was second, then came Dancing Jane in 1 minute 36.38 seconds.
Junior Alvarado, first two legs of this pick six. I believe we have another carryover heading into Saturday.
I mean, what a difference a race makes. And Junior Alvarado, who just can seemingly do nothing wrong now, gets this horse home. It felt like the Morley horse, the 9, was going to get the money coming up at the inside. A good ride by Flavian, but could not hold off a horse with a huge pedigree, but with another rider did no running first time out, as Widershins at 43-1 wins. And I got to say, you're probably right. We are very likely looking at a 2-day carryover.
You mentioned it. Unfortunately, we mentioned it maybe a little bit too late, as they were sort of heading
early
to load. But I mean, massive pedigree on this horse. This horse just alone. You have Soaring Softly in the family. You should not be 43-1.
I think. But the problem is the last race. I mean, the horse did absolutely no running, and I know it's a positive switch to Junior Alvarado, but still, this was a very different horse today. But Amir Shishaklian Jr. getting it done, and you know, when you have a horse like Sovereignty, you win the Derby, the Belmont like he did. I mean, there must be a thing where Junior's just feeling like he's got magic hands now. I mean, you can talk to Richie a little bit. He's coming up in just a few moments. What it feels like when you're a rider and you're in a good run and you're winning big races, it just feels like whatever you do is the right move.
Out of the gate.
And this was a very fast first quarter for this caliber of horse, which led to the race collapsing in the late stages. Good luck if you had this one in any capacity. If you're alive in the pick 5, pick 6, good luck. This was a good one to have and not one I could have had.
1-2 favorite finishing third, 3-9-7-5, 43-1. Junior Alvarado, first two legs of the Triple Crown. Winning trainer Amir Shishakli, just 1 for 46 on the year coming into this race.
This was a hard horse to have. And, I mean, the way you use this, anyone probably that's alive has this horse as a C. And you had to somehow have the first winner as an A. And I'm going to say not a lot of people covered. Very possible carry over in the pick 6 tomorrow. And, like I said, hope you had this one.
I think if you had this horse, you had this horse as a Z, not a C.
I couldn't have this horse.
43-1. Fifth, Belmont of the Big A. A lot of people knocked out. I think that probably seals it. 2-day carryover pick 6. Heading into Saturday, we'll see what happens. You're done for the afternoon.
I am.
See you back tomorrow early?
I will not see you. I will be back. No, I'm on late
the
next 2 days, but most of you will be heading down to Monmouth. Have fun.
Yeah, I'll be spending my time down on the Jersey Shore with the guy joining me here in just a moment. The MIG will be on the desk after a short timeout. Back with prices from this 43-1 upset. Junior Alvarado can do no wrong. 2 wins today already, and more work ahead. Stay with us. Get into the late pick 4 when we come back.
dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into Mischief.
Back on our Friday coverage, you're watching America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you where you can play it all by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. With me, former champion jockey, the MIG, Richie Migliori. Good to see you as we get set for the Late Pick 4 coming up. Massive upset. Junior Alvarado. Back-to-back wins to start off this Pick 6.
Pretty remarkable how when things start going well for a rider, they just continue and you start winning on unlikely kind of horses, because this horse was a big departure from the previous form and finished well, but Junior's feeling it and the horses are feeding on his energy.
When you got into the zone, I mean, what did it feel like for you?
Oh, it's just a different level. You see things so much clearer. Everything slows down and you just have such a positivity about you that good things happen. And I am a true believer in horses feed on energy, whether it's positive energy or negative energy. So when you're rolling good and you believe you can win on every horse, you wind up winning on some unlikely candidates.
Like this one here we mentioned DQ winner of the Kentucky Derby for Bill Mott, his first Derby win, Country House.
Yeah.
We don't see a lot of Country House offspring. 89.50. That has knocked just about everybody out of this Pick 6. If anyone is left alive, they're very, very thin. I would have to think the rest of the way. So we get into race 6. We'll start the Late Pick 4. 1 turn mile, $10,000 claiming race. And Linda Rice just beat with an odds-on favorite on the grass. She's got an odds-on favorite with the scratches in here. The 2 and the 3 were big contenders. They come out. Coquito, now a short price.
Ran well at this level, was claimed by Linda from a good barn to a good barn. Has to deal with that inside post, though. I'm always a bit reluctant, Greg, to take that short a price on lower level horses.
Yeah, $10,000 claiming race. See what happens with Coquito. Kendra Carmouche will be aboard. What an incredible week of action. It was so much fun being upstate for Belmont at Saratoga. We just announced today it will be back for a 3rd and final year in 2026. Governor Kathy Hochul announcing that in conjunction with New York Racing Association. So we have more fun to look forward to next summer.
Well, they'll be putting the final touches on the new Belmont Park, a new era in racing in the state of New York. Will be condensed down to 2 racetracks, Belmont and Saratoga, and it's an exciting time. But we kind of all knew that we probably wouldn't have the Belmont there, but we get back from Saratoga next year into a new facility. It'd be pretty cool.
Obviously, Sovereignty was exceptional. You know, I think exceeded expectations, that stretch duel between those top 2 from Kentucky Derby Day. Outside of the Belmont, though, what was your favorite performance?
Well, for me, it was the way we ended the weekend with the Manhattan. Miguel Camont getting his first Grade 1 victory in the first full week of training, taking over for his dad, Christophe Barn. And Deterministic was very good. He was the speed of the race. He got to control things. And Kendrick Carmouche delivered another perfect ride. A horse that wants to use his stride. To me, this kind of framed the entire weekend properly. I thought it was a great way. You know, the race was postponed today. It wound up being the last race of the festival, and I couldn't think of a better way to go out.
Shortened up in distance, probably helped that horse a little bit too, able to hold off his stablemate. And Kendrick Carmouche, what a big moment for him, a Grade 1, really important win. I mean, the Manhattan, one of the most prestigious turf events there is, but you could not script a more touching ending to the week than what we saw happen in that race.
Well, you think about Wednesday, Miguel getting his first win in the last race of the day, and that was a nice way to start the week. And then to get your first Grade 1 just a few days later in a race that I know was one of Christophe's favorite races, because you would get the Manhattans normally run at 1.25 miles. It was supposed to be 1 mile and 3/16. It was shortened to 1 mile and 1/8. But you get milers trying to stretch out to the longer distance, and then usually at courses that run about 1.5 miles, 1 mile and 3/8, turning back. And much like the Met Mile, where you'll get sprinters stretching out and routers turning back, the Manhattan has kind of taken that place for turf races. And it just seemed right that Miguel got his first Grade 1 there, and he had the third place finisher as well, Farbridge.
Yeah, and to have Acacia interview her husband, first Grade 1 win, it's really special.
It was brilliant, and Acacia does such a wonderful job of being able to separate, the personal and the emotion that has to be coursing through you, and the professional, and being able to do her job as well as she does it without allowing the emotion to overcome it.
Everyone, even if you didn't have Deterministic, you left the racetrack smiling at what happened with the way that closed out that week of action upstate at Belmont and Saratoga. And again, we'll be back there next year as well for the third and final year of Belmont at Saratoga. And then it's the brand new facility in Elmont, New York for the Belmont Stakes in 2027. 7th at Laurel Park, 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the grass. Fillies and mares 3 and up in this conditioned $16,000 claiming race. It's the 6 Air One, who is the 3-1 favorite now.
And this is a horse that's sprinted the 5.5 furlong distance on turf only twice and does have a win to show for it. A bunch of the other races were on synthetic, which I think at times horses that handle turf can handle synthetic well, but it's 2 distinctly different surfaces, and that is a generalization. That is not an absolute.
8 taking some support as well. Insta Party for Ferris Allen, and Spoils of War the 2 down to the inside. Off the bench, second start back now as a 5-year-old mare.
And the 8, Insta Party, much deeper of a closing type. And, people think, sprints, turfs, sometimes if the pace gets really heated up, you get a horse that comes from downtown and gets up.
Dave Rodman, the call. Here's the 7th from Laurel Park.
Reassess and Titian Tyrant. Instaparty and Velvet Vixen. Instaparty 3-1, 3-1, Reassess, and also Air One. Second finish. 2-1, reassess, they're off. Reassess sent out of there first. Nwanda and on the outside, Velvet Vixen firing up. Here comes Velvet Vixen in a hurry. And Velvet Vixen has come to claim the lead, opening up 3 lengths. On reassess in second, Nwanda is in third. Airwin on the outside on the chase, 3 deep. Here followed by Maddie 10, who's racing along 5.5 off with speed. Insta Party is racing 3 wide on the turn. Tishan Tyrant in between horses. Spoils of War, second last position around the turn, and trailing the field is Police Woman. So midpoint on the turn, it's Velvet Vixen firing along on the pace. Air 1 is second, Nwanda third on the outside. Reassess fourth while saving ground at the top of the lane. In the meantime, Spoils of War trying to run up the inside for Leach Air. They're coming to the last furlong, and it is Velvet Vixen up top. Velvet Vixen, Air 1 on the outside. Air 1 bearing down on Velvet Vixen. Velvet Vixen, Air 1, Nwanda on the inside. Reassess, Spoils of War is getting going late in the game. As on the inside, Spoils of War is charging and charging hard. Here comes Spoils of War. Spoils of War. And a photo second.
Spoils of War closing furious from off the pace here. Second off the bench. Looks like she got there.
Yeah, looks like she got there. New York bred by War Dancer. We're seeing War Dancers win all over the place on the turf. This horse got a really nice ride. Patient, far back early, but saved the ground, and that's what you want to do in turf racing. You know, you don't get there by saving ground. It's still the right way to ride, and clearly got up, Greg.
Oh, yeah. About a quarter of a length victory. Wins for the second time on turf. Rudy Rodriguez, indeed, going to try and kickstart his summer season. Coming up, he'll have Halo City, a long shot in this 6th race when we come back.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5. First post, 1250.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Trainers Rudy and Gustavo Rodriguez come from a family of 10 brothers, 5 of which have worked in the thoroughbred industry. But training wasn't their first job.
I was a jockey for almost close to 17 years.
And here's the wire, and Frost Giant, a huge upset.
I broke a lot of bones. So that was easy for me to change, I guess. You know, when you're riding bad horses and falling down a lot and being in the hospital a lot, you know, it's tough.
I had 2 jobs. I was working for Rick Dotro as an exercise rider, and I used to park cars, for Naira.
Over here in the back, it was in the preferred parking.
Yeah, over here. I did it for like few years, right,
So
maybe more than 10
this
years.
little spot is still,
Yeah.
still close.
Yeah.
Parking cars aside, the brothers decided to work together. Rudy would get his trainer's license, and Gustavo would come work for him. But that took some encouragement.
He didn't really want to do it, but I kind of like was pushing him, you know, to do it because he knew a lot of owners, and I thought maybe through him we wanted like to do our own thing, but he didn't really want to do it. And I was.
I want to keep pulling out on the horses still. I want to keep riding.
And little by little, he made it.
Vijak to win the Kelso Handicap. Dad's Caps has won the Carter.
Condo Commando was splash-tastic.
Everything seemed to be going well. Well, most of the time.
Was okay. Couple of days, you know, like everything else, you know, some days good, some days bad, but
no, for like
we keep moving along.
For like most of the time, good. You know, we used to argue and this and that. 2 minutes go by, we everything good.
This continued until a partnership with Andrew Gurdon developed with Gustavo, and he decided to go out on his own. That would pit brother against brother on the track.
My wife, she don't like it when when we run against him. She don't like it. No, because Rudy beat us a lot. Right now, if I need anything, I ask him, and he's there for us. And if he needs something, I'm there for him.
We try to put it together, you know.
Even we fight sometimes, but we right there.
You gotta fight sometimes to make it work, no?
Well, brothers will be brothers, but through it all, there is still a lot of respect between them.
He's very unique, and it's tough to be like him. He's more laid back.
Rudy's like
I just go with the flow.
He don't stop. He don't stop. Rudy, he just keep going.
I'm good. I gotta go take a shower and come back.
Yeah, I can imagine Gustavo feeling that Rudy is just relentless.
I love that piece. I love the way they cut up, and two guys I've known for many years. Two
great
hard workers. Characters and really hard workers.
Indeed. And Rudy going to send out, again, Halo City, long shot coming up in this race to kick off the late pick four. We'll kick things off with Coquito. Even money was as short as 1-2. Linda Rice, and coming off a second at the level for a different barn.
Yeah,
Rudy's barn.
Yeah, and a horse that could lay up close, goes back in for the same tag that this horse was claimed for, but does have to deal with the rail.
It was a reclaim for Rudy, and then Linda Rice claimed off of him. Here is Rudy Rodriguez's Halo City.
Yeah, well beaten in the slot last time, gets back to a fast track. Feels like this horse is going to have to find more.
Not an outside look to Trade Secret here.
Well, and you get Ricardo Santana. The horse was claimed for 10, dropped down from 16 this time. Should get an aggressive ride.
April Antics 5-1.
Romero Mirage looking for his second win of the day.
Here's Gold Crest, trained by Antonio Arriaga.
Stretching back out to the mile distance, dropping back down to the $10,000 level.
And probably the main threat to the favorite, It Takes Heart.
This is who I like. I think this is outside controlling speed, outside post, always a good thing to have in these one-turn mile races. And you get Manny Franco, who is as strong a finisher as there is. It Takes Heart, to me, is the horse to beat.
Well, Linda Rice, odds-on favorite, beat earlier on the card. She's got the one to beat here coming up as well as we go to Maggie.
To me, this looks like bookends are going to dominate this field. Inside runner, whom we'll begin with, is number 1, Coquito, for Linda Rice. And she looks exceptional. I mean, blindly picking horses in the paddock, it's all her. And boy, is she warming up really nicely too. And she's a big mare. Filly. She just has a lot of size to her, a lot of substance, and it's your typical Linda Rice horse where, you know, Linda feeds them as much as they can possibly eat, trains them well, and not hard, but just gets them out there and moving. And for me, physically, she looks best. And I'm thinking with Kendrick aboard too, that she's going to be more forward. As Mig pointed out, probably gets that inside stalking trip. As the horse who is likely to be the pace setter in here is number 8, It Takes Heart, who I do believe is very dangerous. But boy, watching her, you know, I didn't mind her in the paddock, and she looked as good as Coquito. But watching her out here on the racetrack, I feel even stronger about Coquito. Just really lacking any sort of energy whatsoever for a horse that's meant to be forward in here. So I'd love to see her get a little bit more into the bridle. Maybe Manny's giving her the benefit of the doubt, letting her slowly jog over, and maybe he'll get her away from the pony at some point. But for a horse, Greg, that is supposed to be in front here, this is not the warm-up that you'd like to see. She does look incredibly fit. I do think getting back out to a mile is definitely in her favor, but again, watching that, I really like Coquito now.
It looked like she was warming up pretty strong, Coquito. Let's take a look at It Takes Heart. Back on May 9th, this was 2 starts ago. Sloppy sealed track at a mile and was beat by Floge, who was meant to be in this race, was a scratch.
Yeah, and showed good speed this day back at the mile distance. Obviously handled the mud well. I'll be honest with you, I'm not happy with the warm-up either. And this is a horse I picked. I want to see a warm-up, particularly lower-level horses. I want to see a good gallop. I want to see an energy level. Maybe they're taking for granted the fact that this horse looks like it has the most natural speed. But I still think that you're asking a horse to go from 0 to 40 miles an hour in one jump. I want to see a good warm-up. I want their blood flowing. I want their airway opened up. I want to see that energy level.
2-1. We'll see if that changes at all, as we still have 4 minutes to post. Manny Franco for Ilkay Cantermachi. And back to this one, who has looked very good warming up.
Got a much more aggressive warm-up, and you can even see now, like jogging solo, trotting solo with Kendrick. A lot more extension to her trot, really using herself, getting up into the bridle. You know, and Kendrick understands the importance of getting forward position, particularly from the rail. If I trained horses, I would want, with a rare exception, I guess, my riders to warm my horses up well.
To the 6, April Antics, 7-year-old mare, 4 for 44 lifetime. She's 0 for 5 this year, and has been beat by quite a few of these of late.
Yeah, I mean, you do get Romero Mirage, who I think has been riding in very, very good form, but also has a little bit of a layoff to deal with, April 4th till now. Maybe being a 7-year-old mare, that just helps to sweeten her up a little bit, make her a little bit sharper, you know, having a little bit of a freshening.
6-1 right now. 7 years old and still effective at the level. And we'll see if she can break through here for 10,000. Again, 2 third-place finishes this year. But yeah, if it's not Coquito, don't like the looks of the 8. It seemed like those two just really top-heavy in this race. You need a really kind of big throwback effort to some of these others. There's the Rudy Rodriguez runner, Halo City, who is 5 for 53 lifetime coming into the spot. And this is the biggest price on the board.
I mean, there are a few horses in here, Greg, that have races to go back to, but a lot of them you're having to dig even deeper. And I was looking for an alternative to your 6-5 shot Coquito, and that's what led me to the outside runner, It Takes Heart. But I have my reservations there now, too.
Well, Rudy Rodriguez, again, he'll have this long shot coming up, kicked off Belmont at Saratoga week on New York Showcase Day with a win of the commentator stakes.
Bank Frenzy, such an honest performer, runs with that outside extension blinker. That's a great shot of it there. Inhibits the ability to see to the outside. Conventional wisdom is horses won't run to where they can't see. I could tell you, Greg, that's really a fallacy. As a former rider, you get a horse with that blinker cup trying to get out and up on top of heels, but Bank Frenzy seems like that blinker works for him, and ultra consistent performer.
Nice win on, a horse who's done a lot of good things. Well handled by Rudy Rodriguez. That was a fun day to kick everything off.
I think it was a great way to kick it off. Instead of ending it with the New York Showcase Day, to have it at the beginning of the week. You get all the breeders from upstate New York, a lot of them farms within pretty close proximity of Saratoga, and really kind of brought that enthusiasm and excitement that was just going to continue to build through the week.
Pick 4 pool here, over $126,000. There's just left our screen, Rudo's Halo City. And here's Coquito, now odds on at 4 to 5. And last 3 starts, figures I look at, you consistently run the exact same race, which is the best race that anyone really has in here. So to find reliable runners, especially at this lower level, very positive, and that's why you're seeing a short price.
All right, so last time out, Coquito is second, beats April Antics a half a length, and there's a huge disparity in price. Don't you think then, if you like Coquito, you could make a case for the 6 April Antics?
I just see the race being a lot slower for April Antics. Coquito's run a lot faster race, even though it was close margin, ran a much better race.
Okay, that's fair.
But not to say today's going to be a different story. They are in 10,000 claiming race for a reason.
Well, I think if you're searching for an alternative, and originally I thought the alternative was the 8 horse, the 6 is actually looking a bit more attractive now.
Yeah, I even thought Trade Secret, if it's not Coquito's day, last time on a fast track at a mile was a winner for 10,000. And right now you're getting 8-1 on trades, or 11-1 on Trade Secret. But no question, Coquito is the one to beat. We'll see if she could pick up her 4th career win. Linda Rice with Kendra Carmouche from the rail to start this pick 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Manny Franco to the outside. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Speed from the outside. It takes heart right to the front. It takes heart. Does cross over in front of the field. Is on an easy lead early. Just off of them, switching to the outside comes Trade Secret, and joining these early leaders is Goldcrest. Now 3 across the racetrack. Coquito is towards the inside as a patiently ridden 4th as they come out of the chute. Second to last will be April Antics with the trailer, Halo City. Up front, It Takes Heart is about a half length clear, 23.49 for that opening quarter mile. It Takes Heart from the outside post position has now gotten to the rail, is up by 3/4 of a length over Goldcrest, who's a chasing second. Trade Secret to the outside of Coquito, who's now picked up a spot, has taken 3rd. Trade Secret, Ricardo Santana Jr. trying to keep up from 4th, and April Antics starts to warm up to the task. Is the gray moving forward? It is in 5th. Halo City is still the trailer, 46 seconds flat for a half-mile time, and It Takes Heart is still the clear leader. It Takes Heart now encouraged to keep up is Goldcrest, and Goldcrest is right there in second, has chased throughout. It Takes Heart still in hand as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Coquito is trying to pick it up. Coquito is 3rd and is making hard work of it so far as they reach the top of the stretch. It Takes Heart is trying to sprint away from the field, is quickly put up by 3. It's now It Takes Heart pouring it on here, approaching a final furlong. Coquito towards the outside is taken 2nd, but still has a lot of ground to make up on a runaway leader. It Takes Heart broke out of the gate and never looked back. It Takes Heart will win this one stylish fashion. Coquito 2nd, then April Antics and Halo City in 1:35.76 seconds.
Silks we saw dominate last summer at Saratoga, and an easy time of things here in the 6. It Takes Heart for Flying P Stable, and owned in part by the trainer Ilkay Cantermachi as well.
Such an advantage to be the controlling speed, particularly with an outside post, because you could see Manny Franco broke with just so much confidence and allowed this horse to really get up underneath him, get in a very good rhythm. And when horses get in a good rhythm, they breathe better, they use themselves more efficiently. This was a very fast race for this level of horse, and It Takes Heart was just much the best today as the controlling speed.
7 furlongs, 122.4, finished the mile, 135.3. And it finishes 8-1-6. And look at the separation with your winner and the rest of the field. All top 3 finishers. It Takes Heart, Coquito, April Antics, claimed and heading to new barns.
Have dinner in someone else's barn tonight. And these are the kind of horses that are the backbone of our game. They show up, they put it on the line, and obviously very attractive to trainers that want a runner. They want horses that can compete.
So Manny Franco for the Cantermachi barn. And back to the beginning. And there's that outside post and speed you're talking about.
yeah, she just galloped into the race. I mean, he was allowed to just let her get into that comfortable rhythm, and boy, she had a lot left for the finish.
It Takes Heart, 5-2, second choice on the board. Another odds-on favorite defeated in this pick six carryover.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Good to have you with us on our Friday action on a Pick Six carryover Friday afternoon here at Belmont at the Big A. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We've had two odds-on favorites defeated, a 43-1 shot. I would say that's probably enough for a two-day carryover.
Yeah, big price under Junior Alvarado. This was your most likely upsetter if there was going to be an upset, controlling speed from the outside. And I like speed in lower level races. I just think that other horses get more easily discouraged. This horse was good today.
Manny Franco for Ilka Cantermachi in those Flying P Stable Silks. 7th win from 25 career outings and putting together a nice 2025 here. Heading to a new barn, as we mentioned. The top three finishers all moving on to new barns, all claimed. 3 wins, 2 runner-ups from 7 starts for It Takes Heart in this 2025 season. Race 7, 6 furlongs, sprinting on the main track. Another $10,000 claiming group. And Neuschwanstein dropping from 20,000 down to 10,000. Linda Rice not going to get beat 3 races in a row with the favorite issue. I would think this one likely, well, maybe Tetsu goes off the favorite, but Neuschwanstein right there.
And this horse has speed, drops down, should be forward under Kendrick Carmouche. I think there's a lot more to like about this horse than the horse from the last race.
Back to Laurel. 2 races remaining on their Friday afternoon card. Mile, 1-turn mile, main track in this allowance optional claiming group. Even money on the 5. That is Arrow Speed, Jamie Nesbarn. What do you think?
I love Laurel. I think it's a wonderful racetrack. I used to love to go down there and ride. So many tremendous horse people hail out of Maryland. So many great riders over the years, but a lot of trainers. And this horse has got some gaudy buyer figures. I guess the most likely upsetter to me in this particular instance would be the 6, Mosler Time. Mosler stands in Maryland, son of Warfront, who has proven to be a sire. The horse is coming off a layoff, but I think has races that would make him certainly competitive here.
Interesting race. I mean, no question, Aerospeed the one to beat. Stronzino from the rail, though. A lot of very good efforts that I thought probably was the most likely upsetter. And then even Sagrada Rey, the 2, that race 2 back. That was a huge effort, and then just completely a no-show next time out.
Yeah, that was at Pimlico, but this horse has been good at Laurel, does sport 3 wins over the Laurel Strip. And Laurel and Pimlico are different. You know, even the turns are tighter at Pimlico, just a little bit of a different surface as well.
So even money on this Jamie Ness runner. Aerospeed, 11 times, first or second, 18 career starts. But the recent form sort of has jumped up to a level that we haven't seen from this 4-year-old.
Yeah, no, that was another level. But that also was at Parks, not Laurel, although this horse does have a win and a second from 2 tries at Laurel.
1 turn mile here in the 8th. Dave Rodman the call.
Zeno's in. Sagrada Rey. Magic Mule. Your analysis with Gene Brasino. Aerospeed going in even money in Mosler Time. It's the second wire run, second finish. And they're off. Aerospeed and Mosler Time, and your analysis all breaking together, and Stronzino up on the inside with early speed too. Stronzino coming to engage Mosler Time for the lead. Your analysis in between horses taken back slightly in 3rd position. Sagrada Rey, not much speed this afternoon, moves up for the back of the pack, moving through on the inside. Here comes Sagrada Rey all the way up now, tugging to the 2nd spot for the backstretch run. Magic Mule is in the back of the pack as they sort. Stronzino 5.5 furlongs out. Sagrada Rey on the inside, and Mosler Time is in 3rd. Your analysis parked on the inside in 4th position. Aerospeed is in the clear, gliding along 5th, 3 wide as they head onto the far turn run, and Magic Mule is 6th and last. Into the turn run, Stronzino strides away, 1.5 in front. Stronzino, your analysis, the outside, here comes Aerospeed stoking up a run. In between horses is Mosler Time right there too. First 4 separated by 2 lengths. Back to Sagrada Rey ridden along. 2nd to last position, a Magic Mule at the tail of the field. They make the turn for home, and it's Stronzino, a 1/4 mile from home, going to the 2nd wire run with a 3-length lead. Battling Aerospeed and Mosler Time head-to-head 2nd. Outside is your analysis into 4th. It's Stronzino. Strong, very strong today is Stronzino under Carlos Lopez. 1 furlong from the 2nd finish line and opening up a 6-length advantage. Aerospeed in a race with Mosler Time, head-to-head for 2nd, and then your analysis, Stronzino struts home. Aerospeed and Mosler Time.
Stronzino, Jamie Ness Barn as well. 8-5, I believe, in the end to pick up his 3rd career win.
And you pointed out this horse had improved speed from the rail today, and that made all the difference, getting involved. I mean, you look back at the last race, so it got kind of shuffled back at the start and closed a bit, but was able to revert back to being forward and just kept finding.
Carlos Lopez aboard for Jamie Ness. 2 wins in the last 4 outings now for this 4-year-old by Dialed In. Stronzino, that was impressive. Wow.
It was impressive.
Long way back.
Decidedly best.
To the other Jamie Ness, Aerospeed. We'll give you the prices when we come back. We're going to take a break. Big weekend as mentioned at Monmouth, including a prep. It's Haskell Preview Day, and we got a serious bloodline we're going to see in the starting gate in the Pegasus, presented by Naira Bets with Valentinian. More on that when we come back.
Game Winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming,
a first-crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Jockey coming through, guys. Clear the lane, please. Clear the lane, please. Jockey coming through. Jockey coming through. Thank you.
Heads up.
Way to go, Johnny.
Thank you.
Jockey coming through, guys. Please clear the lane, Johnny. Watch your back. Watch your back.
What race is this?
That's the Belmont. Yeah, next to you. Thank you. Shot 2.
Heads up, guys.
Here we go, 2.
Let's take the picture. Come here. Sorry.
I'm trying. Thank you so much. Congratulations for me.
Hey, one more selfie. One more selfie, Johnny V.
Yes, guy. Hold on.
All right.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Thank you so much. The other way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing quite like it at Saratoga, that jockey lane to get you back into the jockey's room. And Johnny V, 6 stakes wins, paced all riders with 9 victories that week. Just an incredible showing from the winningest rider all time at that historic racecourse.
I just marvel at Johnny Velasquez. You know, the first thing that you start to see deteriorate with riders as they get older is their legs usually. And you'll see, not that they can't ride and not that they don't compensate with their experience, but their legs move more. They lose their foundation a little bit. They're not as rock solid. That's not the case for John Velasquez. He looks the same on a horse finishing as he did 20 years ago. His legs still look completely rock solid. And obviously, he knows what to do, particularly with good horses.
And he knows how to treat those fans, too. Were you that generous walking through the crowd at Saratoga?
I always tried to be. At times, it would grind you down. You know, it's a long meet when you were there for the whole summer. And also, I was a rider that pulled a lot of weight, so I wasn't always the most accommodating, if you will. But I tried to be, and particularly with young fans, kids. It's unbelievable what a pair of goggles, the difference it'll make, and basically make a fan, just a mindless thing to give goggles. And goggles are not inexpensive. They're pretty expensive, the good ones, especially the Croup goggles. But usually wait until they're like pitted and scratched up and been used enough, and then you give the old ones away. I would keep a pillowcase and just keep throwing the old goggles throughout the year, and I would bring pillowcases of goggles just to Saratoga to give them away.
What a week. And, you know, at his age, still topping that list of the best in the game, there for a celebration of the sport with all the stars showing up. Just incredible.
He's just been so remarkably consistent over the years, and he's unflappable. You know, obviously he can handle pressure on the big stages, but his approach every day, you know, his preparation is meticulous. I like going down to the room now, talk to him, and his stretching routine is second to none. I mean, and I think that's what's helped with his longevity and keeping him as physically fit as he is.
We're going to see him Saturday at Monmouth Park, Haskell Preview Day, and a prep for the Haskell and the Pegasus for some emerging 3-year-olds at a mile and a 16th, $150,000 purse. And we talked about the connection to one of the most incredible runners we've seen in our lifetime, Rachel Alexandra, second dam, Valentinian. Second dam of this one is Rachel Alexandra, and this was her 2009 Haskell win, beating the boys.
Trouncing the boys, and a good group of boys at that. We will never see a 3-year-old filly have the campaign that Rachel Alexandra had in 2009. She was just remarkable. She took on every challenge, from not only taking on 3-year-old boys, but older males in the Woodward, where she took everybody's best shot, and she was the last lady standing in a barroom brawl. One of the most phenomenal performances. And that day, it felt like Saratoga was going to just come down to the ground.
That was my first experience at Saratoga.
That was your first time at Saratoga that day?
Incredible.
Wow, you really got to see the best of the best right up the jump.
So Valentinian won first time out. Going to have a tough test with the likes of horse who's showing up that Maggie's going to talk about. That is Garamond, who won the debut and then took, seems like, Maggie, another big step forward last time out.
Got love for Garamond, but going back to one of the greatest horses that we've seen this century, Rachel Alexandra, boy, she ultimately took your breath away. I agree with Richie. We'll never see one like her, and I just have so much love for that filly as Garamond. The rapidly ascending Beyer speed figures make him the horse to beat, as albeit in a 3-horse field last time out, able to fend off the heavy favorite that day in Cornucopian. And a horse like this for trainer Chad Brown could be dangerous, and they thought highly enough of him to put him in the Grade 3 Gotham off the back of a maiden score at Tampa, going the 6.5 furlongs. Now, tomorrow, he'll have to answer the 2-term mile and a 16th question for the Pegasus, in which he is a son of Uncle Mo. He definitely has a stride. He's a bit of a smaller, handier type, but he has that really nice long neck. And as I always talk about horses with them physically, they can only really reach as far as their neck goes. So a long front end equals a long stride. So I'm not concerned about him handling the distance. I am concerned, however, Greg, about the dynamics, as there does feel as though there's several other horses that want to be forwardly placed in here, and maybe that sets up for number 4, Valentinian, to come running late.
And we'll see. We'll need to take a step forward, but still lightly raced for Todd Pletcher. And with that pedigree, we could see some big improvement.
Yeah, you know, anytime you see these pedigrees and you go back, and of course, you know, on Formulator, I click on the Grand Dam, which is Rachel Alexandra, and her races come up, her past performance come up, and at times I almost forget just how daunting a task she had put in front of her and how she answered every question that year, and the quality's in there. I love pedigrees when you can go back, even if it's a few generations, and you've got, you know, good Phipps blood, Janney blood, the old Green Tree, or you know, Calumet. Those bloodlines will produce a good horse, even if it's a few generations later.
What a sensational 3-year-old campaign she had. Beat the boys on a couple of occasions. Of course, that Preakness victory as well. Just sensational what she was able to put together that year, and then to close out beating older males at that historic racetrack. Here's the lineup for Saturday. It is a good one. I hope you join us. Haskell Preview Day with the Pegasus, Monmouth, Salvatore Miles, some good, very older horses going at it in that one, Eatontown and the Ladies' Secret. We'll have most of that for you. Our coverage on until 4:30 Eastern time tomorrow.
We'll be there. You and I down at the shore. Maggie as well, and Paul LaDuca. We got a whole team down there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I was trying to think back with Andy. I think the first time since 2015 I'll be back in Monmouth.
We were there for the Jockey Cup Tour on Fox for the United Nations.
Yes, we were. 7th race coming up. 6 furlongs is $10,000 claiming group. That was the favorite, just left our screen, Tetsu. Rick Dutrow Jr. finally breaking through, getting his first win at the meet the other day. We start with Abaddon. Ilkay Cantermachi looking to go back-to-back.
Was claimed for 20, drops right down to 10,000. Recent races leave some to be desired.
Neuschwanstein drops from 20,000 to 10.
Yeah, but this horse has been in decent form, and I think just aggressively spotted by Linda Rice, which is not a surprise.
The man with a golden gun. 3-time winner, 0 for 4 in the money this year.
Yeah, the last race really kind of a head scratcher, and then went to the bench for a little while.
That was Scaramanga. Here's Prince of Joy, 2 back, actually won at a 12-5 level.
Yeah, and then moved right up to the 25 level. Much more realistic spotting today.
Last couple sprints were okay on fast tracks. Here's Tetsu, who went by the favorite. The 6 Prince, or When Love Takes Over, excuse me.
This is, I think, the speed of the speed here. This is the main speed, the 6 When Love Takes Over.
Maestro, 23-1. Here's Dad's Good Runner.
Dad's Good Runner by out of Seeking the Silver. Really good mare in her own right.
And Jake Rocks outside, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Well posted for Jake Rocks. He's a horse that can have trouble getting out of the gate. Sometimes he throws his head. He seems to get buffeted about. Outside post helps horses like this, and he gets a very aggressive rider in Ricardo Santana.
So Tetsu, Rick Dutrow Jr., Barney went with Eric from Miami yesterday as a favorite. Good win to finally break through. It's a 9-year-old. Had some very big races before he went to the bench in April of last year, and then has been beat at quite a few short prices of late.
Yeah, but the drop down certainly has got to help that cause. You know, he's getting 20,000 now for 10. Runs any of the previous 4 or 5 races, this horse is going to be very tough to beat there.
Ryan Ortiz Jr. will ride. Yeah, it's the needed drop, but yeah, it's going to play huge here.
Now this horse wants to be more of a closing type. Will this horse get the kind of speed to help set up or accentuate that late run?
Let's see. Neuschwanstein certainly wants to go. Abaddon on the rails, not slow when Love Takes Over. A little bit of pace.
Yeah,
I would think so.
I think When Love Takes Over plays out to be the speed of the speed here. And of course, then it's always about intention, right? You know,
I would think so too, just because you see that 3-furlong bullet drill, right? June 7th. They want this horse to fire out of there.
Well, that's a real old school move. Years ago, especially with speed horses, they'd blow out a day or two before the race. That's what we call a blowout, a sharp work. Really gets them focused, tightened up, opens up their airway a little bit. I mean, years ago, my boss, Steve DeMauro, he would blow a horse out on like Tuesday, a quarter of a mile, to work a mile on Wednesday. Not even to race, to work.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously things were done a little bit different back in the day where horses worked harder. But you don't see it as often, and I think you pointed out something that really suggests that this horse is going to be sharp, coming off a bit of a layoff, a freshening, that sharp, short drill that kind of wakes him up. That's a good call there.
Meanwhile, here's Neuschwanstein, Linda Rice, first off the claim. With more, let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with Neuschwanstein here out on the track, and he's warming up really well. All things good for him, for a horse that wants to be forward. And last time I thought he was trying to get that forward position, but just couldn't quite get there inside, got shuffled back, and just didn't have enough down the lane. So I thought, some valid excuses. Now he drops in class for Linda Rice, but off the back of Brad Cox, whom, we just see do well here at NYRA. But then again, this wasn't an original Brad Cox claim. He was moved to Brad and wasn't able to get the job done as the favorite last time out. All things good. Typical Linda Rice horse, but that hasn't been working very well today, as your favorite is number 5, Tetsu, whom I thought was against the track last time. It was a day you wanted to be a bit more forward. Screaming Uncle was setting the pace in Torrid Fractions, and he was a massive price, and Cushion Bridge was the favorite and was a bit wide against a day you wanted to be more inside, but was more forwardly placed and was able to win, whereas Tetsu was too far back, though he did get to rally up the rail, which was a feather in his cap, or an advantageous type of move. And when I saw him when he came back over this springtime, just didn't look particularly great in his coat. Now that's gone the right way. He's dappled. He has worn the front wraps since coming back off of that layoff here for Rick Dutrow. And like you said, I mean, it is a real old school thing to blow a horse out. I remember a lot of people telling me tales of how the chief, Alan Jerkins, used to do it all the time. And it is something that Rick Dutrow does tend to do. And it usually equals success out on the racetrack. As we'll check in with number 3, Scaramanga, for Lolita Shibmingle. And overall, he's just been running against better horses, I think, than what he meets here. Now, the last race, well, that wasn't good, to say the least. But he is a horse that looks happy, healthy, and fit enough coming back here, and he's a big price. If you just take him on that class, kind of side of things alone, I think he does make a bit of sense here overall at 17-1, Greg.
Yeah, big price on this 3. He's looking to hit the board just for the first time this year, career start number 5. But yeah, barn that doesn't get a lot of big-time runners, but does a great job with what she gets, Lolita Shibmingle. As Maggie was bringing up a point with one of the all-time greats, the chief, Alan Jerkins, and how he used to blow out horses. What did you just tell me?
There were times Alan Jerkins would blow a horse out the morning of the race. And the key to it was they would go like a sharp 1/8 of a mile. And he always had the best ponies and some of the best riders. He'd have a pony situated about a 16th after the finish line to help the rider pull the horse up as fast as possible. Because obviously they're running that afternoon. You want the benefit of that short, sharp, excuse me, a little tongue tie there. Short, sharp work just to really wake them up. But you don't want them to expend so much energy. So you'd have a pony situated about a 16th past the wire and immediately pick that horse up and get him stopped before they went another 1/8 of a mile. And then they would come back breathing fire. So you knew if he did that early, and he usually did it really early in the morning, those horses were going to be really sharp that afternoon.
Maggie has more for us.
Yeah, and having worked and galloped horses for Leah Giramati, who is a longtime assistant and exercise rider from the chief, and basically, she learned everything she knew from him. She would often say to me, okay, you got to do a chief-style blowout. And the goal was to blow them out 3/8 of a mile and have them pulled up, especially on the Belmont training track, before you hit the turn. And that's not easy to do. She would make me do it without the pony, but she would also tell me that, as Mig was just saying, that they would sneak on to Oklahoma after training and blow a horse out just a 1/4 of a mile, and then take them right over to the races. So really some old school tricks of the trade there. But I do want to discuss number 1, Abaddon, getting back to this race. When I was talking a few moments ago, he was 18-1. Now he's 8-1. Now he's a horse that some of his back form could make him very playable here, but his last 3 efforts leave something to be desired, to say the least. And last time he ran like a horse where there might be a breathing issue, because he tried to go forward and then he got shuffled back and then he just threw in the towel. Once the dirt hit him in the face, he said, I don't want any part of that. Now, he did warm up well. He's moving well enough out there. I just don't love the fact that he has that inside post position. We'll see if Ilkay Cantermasi can go back-to-back here and resurrect Abaddon. Guys?
Meanwhile, Tetsu Even Money, usually sort of slow out of the gate, leaves himself a lot of work to do. Short price, but maybe against his softer company, he'll find the wire. We'll see with Irad Ortiz Jr. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Dad's Good Runner, Prince of Joy. And Jake Rocks to the outside. Jake Rocks, last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off, and Jake Rocks hopped right up in the air at the start. Lost some ground at the start after hopping up in the air. The leader is Neuschwanstein. Has got some pressure towards the outside from Scaramanga. These two sprint away. Dad's Good Runner is trying to join them, and at the rail, that's Abaddon, who's now a shared 4th. Just got passed by When Love Takes Over. Out wider is Gun Maestro. Towards the back end of the field, Jake Rocks, after the start, has made up some ground, but is towards the back end of the field with Tetsu and the trailer, Prince of Joy, well off the pace as they work into the far turn. 22.23 for that pressured opening 1/4 mile. The leader is Neuschwanstein. It's Neuschwanstein at the rail with a neck advantage. Here comes Scaramanga ready to challenge from second. Dad's Good Runner is right there 3 wide. All in is When Love Takes Over. Also trying to run on comes Gun Maestro. Tetsu's the one that catches the eye, is making up some ground, but has about 5 lengths to make up. The leader is Neuschwanstein. Neuschwanstein is still in front. Scaramanga is in full pursuit and trying to push on by. Tetsu is rallying on, but running out of time. Neuschwanstein is still there. Scaramanga, Tetsu's rolling with Dad's Good Runner. Neuschwanstein just keeps battling on towards the inside. Neuschwanstein, hard fought and wins it. Second with Scaramanga. Tetsu's in a photo with Dad's Good Runner in 1 minute 9.30 seconds.
Neuschwanstein picks up the 4th win of his career. Wins for Linda Rice off the claim. Big effort from Scaramanga at a huge price in here. Let's go back to the start.
Yeah, we're going to really focus in on the 6 horse here when Love takes over, who broke okay, was out-footed. Now, I guess the intention was to rate him despite that sharp. Watch his head here. He's going to throw his head up, start trying to run off with Louis Rivera. And right in here, look at how high he threw his head up there. And that's what happens if you have to take too much hold of a horse that has a soft mouth. They'll throw their head up. He's going to do it again, right in there, coming up again. And that throws their breathing off. It throws their rhythm off, their stride up. That's a horse better off. Put your hands down and let them run. But let's get back to the winner here. Neuschwanstein with Kendrick Carmouche. Kendrick, so consistent. Finds his position going forward. Uses his horse's speed judiciously. And this horse just fought off a stiff challenge from Scaramanga, who really ran extremely well for Lolita Shivmengal. Just came up second best. Tetsu rallied from far back. Looked like he might have just got up for third.
It's kind of what we're used to seeing from him. Just makes that late run, but leaves himself just so much work to do.
Yeah, and those horses are hard to take at short prices, but Neuschwanstein was very good today for Linda Rice, dropping to the $10,000 level and got the right ride from Kendrick Carmouche.
2, 3, 5, 8. Again, big effort. Lolita Shivmengal Barnum with a 22-1 shot, who gave this 5-2 shot all he could handle and more. Winds up second best. Neuschwanstein, again, with the win. 2 wins last 3 starts. Went from Brad Cox to Linda Rice. 2 pretty good barns to win in. And we'll see if this one got taken again.
Yeah, a horse that certainly consistent, has been popular at the claim box over the last year, since last summer.
And we've just been told, moving on yet again to a new barn.
Well, and for people that don't know, claiming races are put in place to kind of keep the game honest. If you've got a horse that's worth $50,000, yeah, you can run him for $10,000 and you'll win the race. He's just better than a $10,000 horse, but he's not coming home with you. He's going to someone else's barn. So it's a way of keeping horses that are just much better than the competition from stealing purses.
Back to Laurel. That's going to close out their Friday card. Turf Sprint, 5.5 furlongs. Starter optional claiming field as we look at the favorite here. This is I Think I Love You, 3-2. Michael Sanchez, rider change here on an impressive Turf Sprint winner 2 starts back.
A horse that has good speed. Unlike a Turf Sprint we saw earlier in the day that didn't have nearly as much speed signed on as this race, you've got the 1 has speed. The 2 on dirt usually shows high speed. Inner Cup Slay's close. Beautiful Bolt can have speed. I think there's a lot more speed signed on here. And we saw a horse come from well back in that last Turf Sprint to get it done. So, make of that what you will. The horse is dropping down off a good effort, but Conceptualize, who might be better posted and will be sitting as more of a stalking trip as your second or third choice, actually at 3-1, is the one I'm more interested in.
That one finished ahead of I Think I'll Love You when they met back on May 11th. But, yeah, I Think I Love You doesn't have to have the lead to win, but certainly wants to be forward. You got speed from the rail. I like the versatility with the running style, don't you?
Yeah, but I also do think this horse consistently lays up really close, and I do think this horse will be involved, and I think Conceptualize is the one that will be stalking that one. And I'm going to go for the 8 horse in this spot over your favorite.
A rematch from back in May. Only a neck separated them. And we'll see what happens here in the rematch coming up. Again, Michael Sanchez on the 6, the 8-5 favorite. Conceptualize 5-2. And the 4 taking a little bit of money as well. That's Jay-Z's Last Chance. who struggled a bit last start. And I guess the debut on grass at Hawthorne puts his horse somewhat in the mix, but the 2 turf starts after that, not really in the same ballpark.
Yeah, I mean, did show some close, last time, but this is a 3-year-old filly, and taking on some elders in here as well. Conceptualizes 5. I think I Love You 4. I mean, they're taking on some tougher, older, hard knocking types. How about the trainer of the 4, Jay-Z's Last Chance? Scott Wolfendale. We got to get to the bottom of this with Maggie. What the relationship is there.
5-2 on the 4. Now, one who's going to come from, it would look like, fairly far of it. Let's bring in Maggie.
That's my cousin, guys, Scott Wolfendale. If it's a Wolfendale and it's racing, we are definitely related. So best of luck, cuz.
5-2 for Cuz here coming up. Getting Lasix here.
Yeah, Lasix for the first time. That could have a tremendous impact on how a horse performs. But I knew they had to be related. I just wasn't sure if it was a cousin or not.
8-5 favorite, though. I Think I Love You. Again, rematch with Conceptualize. The 6th, the 1 to beat on the board. Let's go to Dave Rodman to close out this Laurel Park card.
5, favored going in. She's No Uncle. Inner Cups, Jay-Z's Last Chance, Conceptualize. Second finish. And they're off. I Think I Love You and She's No Uncle very fast away. Also In Her Cups is speeding up to take the narrow lead. Lena Magneta down to the inside on the chase. They're followed by Beautiful Bolt. Outside of that is Conceptualize, some 6 lengths off the speed. Diane Lee, Jay-Z's Last Chance has to run from last. Heading into the turn, In Her Cups. In Her Cups from She's No Uncle by a length and a half. Lena Magneta third. I Think I Love You is in 4th. Conceptualize, Beautiful Bolt racing side by side. There's 7 lengths to close, followed by Jay-Z's Last Chance trying to unwind from second to last, about 4 wide entering the stretch in Diane Lee. Quarter mile from home, In Her Cups put to a drive. Here comes I Think I Love You on the outside. She's No Uncle's in between horses. Conceptualize trying to rally late. Also on the far outside, Jay-Z's Last Chance has come from last. Jay-Z's Last Chance moves to second. I Think I Love You, Jay-Z's Last Chance on the outside. I Think I Love You, Jay-Z's Last Chance. I Think I Love You from Jay-Z's Last Chance, and She's No Uncle.
I Think I Love You with the win. Michael Sanchez, and the second win, 4 tries on the lawn.
Yeah, just had a really, really nice trip. Got the kind of trip you wanted here. And the 4, Jay-Z's Last Chance, came with the last run rolling down the outside under Horacio Caramano, so good effort there. But the public landed on the right one here as your favorite.
Pretty good time, too. 101 and 4. 2 wins, last 3 starts now for this 4-year-old filly by Sky Mesa. With the Scott Wolfendale barn completing the exact. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. So many big wins for that man right there. Used to seeing his name atop the owner standings here in New York, but his greatest achievement, nothing to do with the horses. We'll tell you all about it when we come back.
Hit 1 million, hit 9, hit 1 million, hit 1 million, hit 900, hit 1 million, hit 1 million, hit 9 million, now 1, now million 1. You ought to put it in a half. Mark, $3 million. Thank you.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, passion, performance, feature race. Coming up, which we'll get to in a moment, first prices from race 7, Neuschwanstein. Man who closed out Belmont at Saratoga with that Grade 1 win in the Manhattan. Gate to wire and deterministic for Miguel Clement. Gets a win here on this 5-year-old. First off the claim for Linda Rice.
Yeah, your second choice, Neuschwanstein. Good effort. This track is very fast for these level of horses to run 9 and 109.30. Scaramanga, nice effort there under Chris Elliott for Lolita Shimango. And your favorite, Setsu, came from far back as we expected. It just kind of rallied mildly. He didn't really come with a huge kick.
Great feature race coming up in this 8th here. 6.5 furlongs, allowance optional claiming field. $92,000 purse. You can make a case for so many in this spot, including Top Gunner, trained by Brad Cox and owned by the man we're going to tell you about right now. Year after year, Michael Dubb is a frequent visitor to the winner's circle and some of the biggest events we have here on the circuit and in the country, competing for owners' titles at the major meets. But for Dubb, his proudest achievement isn't the numerous Grade 1s he's earned on the racetrack, but establishing childcare for backstretch workers at Anna House.
It's close. A dandelion.
No, it's a daffodil.
No, it's a dandelion. And dandelions grow in the grass. It's considered a weed. Okay, guys, have a great day. It's a dandelion. People ask me, you know, what's been your greatest moment in horse racing, and what's your greatest win? And I don't hesitate. The Belmont Child Care Association is the greatest thing I've been involved in, and it's not me; it's we. I mean, you know, this is a team effort. Jerry said, you know, the kids at the track, of the people who work there, they're sleeping in cars, they're left unattended, there's nobody to care for them. It would be a great idea to build a daycare center. You know, Jerry, I'm a builder. I've always wanted to do something for kids. I'll do it. And I always thought I would build a daycare center and ride off into the sunset. But here I am, addicted to horses and addicted to the daycare center. You know, picture going into school and you have a problem with, you know, understanding what the teacher says. So we eliminate that, and now you're going into school and you're actually ahead of what the teacher is teaching. Think of the confidence it instills. So we put the children in such a great position to excel, and they do, and it's great. And the parents have complete peace of mind. Not only are the kids being cared for, but they're given such a strong foundation and such great love and affection. And, you know, when they come out of here, they're really ready for preschool, and they get into preschool and they excel. You know, it's like having a strong foundation on your house. And they don't necessarily go away at pre-K. They come back for after-school programs. They come back and do volunteer work. They come back and help out. So the pleasure of watching these children, you know, grow up and be successful and be good people is just, you know, enormous, because we know that it all begins with the foundation, and that's what we do. It's the greatest gift. I mean, if you said to me, win the Kentucky Derby or this, I would choose this. So that's how I feel about it. Now, I'd like to do both, but that's a different story.
Plenty of time still to get that other dream, but the impact he has made with taking care of these youngsters, for those who care for our horses, going to live on forever.
Absolutely. What a legacy that he has created. And what a needed outlet for these children. You know, people that work on the backstretch are salt of the earth people, some of the hardest working people I've ever encountered in my life. And they have families. And sometimes their alternative was before school, bring the kids with them, sleep in the car, wait till they get done, drop them to school. Now we have that facility right there because of the kindness and generosity of Michael Dubb and so many more that put it together. You know, so I can start naming people, but I'll leave somebody out. But so many people, really, it was a concerted effort by the backstretch community to make this happen, and it's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, of course, facility in upstate New York as well at Saratoga.
Yep.
Well, Michael Dubb will have Top Gunner in this race coming up, one of several contenders. Very contentious group in this Friday feature. There's Top Gunner, owned by Michael Dubb, trained by Brad Cox. Manny Franco will ride, coming off a win 2 starts ago at Keeneland. See if he can get his 10th win coming up.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on FS2, and horses in the paddock for our featured 7th race, in which it features horses who have a lot of back class, stakes winners, also graded stakes winners looking to get back on track. And one of them happens to be the horse who is taking a lot of early money for the Bill Mott barn in number 6, Baby Yoda, a horse that certainly has an affinity for Saratoga, but also has run well here at the Big A. And Baby Yoda comes off that break over 6 months ago and honestly looks fantastic. He's a horse that often strikes me as needing a break, that he benefits from a bit of time away from the track because sometimes he does not carry his weight well, he does not look strong throughout his hind end, and every single time he comes back off a freshing, off a layoff, he looks superb. All of those issues that I often have with him, they're gone. Now, does he need a start? I'm not sure, possibly here, but it does feel as though that he is fit enough here. He's handling himself well. I often do want to see how he warms up out on the racetrack to make my final judgment regarding Baby Yoda, but all things good here in the paddock. Now on to a venerable New York bred, that's number 7, Light Man. As last time in that New York Stallion Series race back in November, he was involved in a very, very hot pace, which incinerated, and Ciccio Bella was able to close from the clouds. I do think that Light Man is best when he has a target. Now he gets that preferable spot in the gate from the outside, so he can let some others go in here as he does get back to the at least 6.5 furlongs. He looks fit from a leanness perspective, and he is a horse that can come back off of a layoff and run well. He's done it several times in his career. I just wish he looked a little bit stronger, and I feel like a race is really going to put him physically where he needs to be. So we'll see how this New York bred does against some salty open rivals today, Greg.
That is, especially off the bench, this New York bred taking all that money. Maybe a very good sign. He's doing well. Meanwhile, Baby Yoda, another surprise here. Your favorite. He's been counted out a lot in his career, but we're not at Saratoga. That's where he seems to shine and put up these otherworldly performances.
Well, and the other factor to it is Baby Yoda's getting back on Lasix, right? His steady diet of stakes races wasn't on Lasix. Now, some people will point out the True North last year in Saratoga and said, well, he won that without Lasix. It's been my experience that horses that actually need Lasix can get away with that once in a while, but they're better horses when they run on Lasix.
3-1 on a horse whose form certainly has gone south a bit. And there's Flavien Prat. He will be aboard. This $886,000 winner who's looked like he was going to be one of the best sprinters we've seen in a long time. A few summers ago at Saratoga back in 2023. Here's 24 Mamba. Tom Morley Barn, Ricardo Santana Jr., morning line favorite. He's 5-1 right now. It's 9-5 morning line. This was back on May 8th, the last time we saw him, and his second win in a row.
This is a big effort. I mean, 21-4, 44-2. I mean, he was just off the pace, but this was a huge effort. Kept finding, turned into a nice claim for Tom Morley. You don't see Tom claim a lot of horses. And obviously, Jay Provenzano, Flying P Stable, he's active in all areas of the game, but this was a big effort. This horse is too big a price right now at 5-1, in my estimation.
It's coming down, don't worry.
Yeah, okay. Well, you have much better handle on that.
Very tough. He's actually favored in the double. Yeah, solid favorite in the double. Let's take a look at the pick 3. Yeah, favored in the pick 3 as well. So you will not be getting 5-1 on 24 Mamba.
Now, Maggie was called into duty in Saratoga to get on some horses for her husband, Tom. I wonder, was 24 Mamba? He probably stayed behind at Belmont, though. We'll ask her when he get back.
War Stride coming off a performance where everyone's going to be in trouble if he can repeat it. The last time he ran that big, he did not back it up.
No, that was a big effort, but it feels like kind of an outlier.
Here's Sheriff Bianco, Linda Rice.
Closing type, 7 wins, 14 seconds. That's problematic to me.
Michael Dubbs, runner, top gunner in those Dub Silks.
Has races as early, just within a few months ago. That would be very tough to beat here.
Tom Morley, second off the claim, 24 Mamba.
And he runs anywhere close to his last couple races. He is going to be super tough here.
Major back class. Another one is way too big a price, I thought. 9-1 Repo Rocks.
Yeah, Repo Rocks. He can win this race on memory. He's got races that really would finish the deal here.
Baby Yoda, 9-time winner, Bill Mott.
He gets back, gets Lasix, which is going to be a big factor here, I believe.
Man, that's a lot of money on this horse. This New York bred off the bench, Lightman.
Yeah, Lightman. It's funny. The day that he won from Off the Pace in the Hudson, talking with Bruce Levine that day, he was like, yeah, I think this horse needs the lead. And then he didn't break particularly well, and he came with that late run. So maybe, unwittingly, they found out that he's more comfortable in that style.
4-1 from that outside post as you look at War Stride. Huge effort back on May the 11th. 95 Beyer speed figure in the win, career best in his 13 career efforts for the George Weaver barn.
Yeah, and he broke from the rail that day as well, was able to extricate himself and, come from just off the inside and get it done. But that's a race that we've never seen before from this horse. What changed? What was the difference?
And I'm just a little worried. I mean, he did, depending where you look, he'd come close to it, and then he just didn't run anywhere near as good next start. Is that an effort, too, now, where you say, well, maybe he can go backwards? I was so big.
Well, that's always the eternal question, right? A horse runs a huge race. Do they regress from that effort, or is it a sign that they're ready to continue and step forward? He's cold on the board at 8-1 off that effort. You get John Velasquez, right? That's not a great sign. Get Johnny Velasquez, who's so good at getting his position going forward and rode so well through our Belmont Stakes Festival in Saratoga. The 8-1 is problematic to me. We have so many sharp, handicappers in New York, so many, sharp racing fans that usually when a horse isn't taking money, he's cold on the board like that, there's a reason.
So I think we're going to see a lot of movement, though, late in these odds because, according to the double and the pick 3, 24 Mamba is likely going to be your post-time favorite. Let's go down to Maggie.
And we will take a look at the 3 inside runners here. And I wonder, you know, I do think that 24 Mamba and Warstride, who we'll talk about now, their efforts were enhanced by the racetrack. They were on racetracks that were very kind to inside runners. And Warstride, he was at least on the rail for the first part, then he went out to the 2 pass. So I think, you know, the track kind of with him a little bit. 24 Mamba, much more exaggerated day, that you wanted to be on the rail and forward, and he sat on the rail and tipped out or split horses and won. But Warstride, it's a little bit of an outlier race, right? So is he going to be able to repeat that? Maybe. He is a horse that it goes out for George Weaver, who it seems like, you know, as of the last year, can do no wrong, looks fantastic, incredibly well muscled, showed good energy back in the paddock. I wish he warmed up a little bit more fluidly, but it's kind of him overall. So we'll see, can he repeat? The board says no. As we'll take a look though at number 2, Sheriff Bianco, and he's the one that really kind of caught my eye as they commenced their warm-ups. Moving really well, got a nice gallop over to the backside with Arad Ortiz aboard, a horse that typically doesn't look good in his coat, looks resplendent today, and comes in here with some decent workouts. Not always, you know, the fastest workhorse, but comes in with a 48-1, a minute flat. So maybe things pointing to Sheriff Bianco, who is hoping they do some hitting up front, for him to put in a big effort. And then number 3, Top Gunner. I just think he's been in very good form for trainer Brad Cox, and I would not take that race at Churchill at face value. Go back and watch it. He was chasing on the rail. He was bottled up. Then because he had to steady back at a crucial part of the race where everybody was moving forward, he was steadying back, and by the time they hit the quarter pole, he was last, and that's not where this horse is going to do his best running. He was never clear through the stretch, so I will give him the benefit of the doubt as he comes back here to New York. And the horse who won that race, Roland Big Joe, he was in front the entire way. And then Durante, who was able to win next time out, winning the Grade 3 Aristides. So it's not like he was facing any bums, to say the least, there in Kentucky. Looks great, looks like a happy horse. And I think 4-1 is a nice price on a horse who holds a recency edge over your favorite, for instance, in Baby Yoda, Greg.
Interesting, Mig, that Baby Yoda still your favorite 7-year-old who you could look at his recent form, and yes, it's all been against better company, but is he as good as he used to be, or is he going in the wrong direction?
Well, he is a 7-year-old, and one thing we know, Father Time is undefeated. It catches up with human athletes, it catches up with equine athletes. But I guess, you know, people are looking, he's dropping out of a steady diet of stakes races, his last 5 starts. You're getting Flavien Prat, always, you know, a confidence builder there. And he's getting back on Lasik. So I do think that there are a lot of reasons why Baby Yoda's attracting that kind of attention.
Mott going to Flavien Prat on the 7-year-old who's just some incredible moments for this horse, particularly upstate at Saratoga. I think a 114 Beyer speed figure when he kind of had that breakout performance back in, I want to say 2023.
Yeah, that was some performance. He ran a hole in the wind that day. You know, it's interesting. He looks like
might have been earlier than that.
He's even a little bit filled out more since you know, he was a younger horse, and he still runs with that breastplate, which is a, you know, leather apparatus to keep the saddle in place for horses that the saddle tends to slip back a bit with. He looks good, I tell you what. And again, the fact that you get him Flavien Prat and Lasik's back, I can understand why he's taking the money. I like the 4, 24 Mamba. I agree with Maggie, definitely aided by the racetrack, but I'm seeing a fairly similar track today. I mean, we had a horse come back going a mile and an eighth earlier in the day that I didn't think would stay the distance along the inside. They've been yielding fast times. You know, we had 10 claimers go 9 1/5.
And it was 2021, by the way, that 114 Beyer at Saratoga.
2021.
Time
wow.
flies. What a good race. Everyone you could make a case for.
This is a
this Friday
terrific feature. Yep.
Great sprint. And Baby Yoda, this is surprising to me anyway. He's the 2-1 favorite. 24 Mamba 7-2. Was 9-5 morning line, even though favored in the double and pick 3. Looks like he's not going to go off your post-time favorite. Well, now getting close as we see another switch in the odds here late. Feature race. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Lightman's in. All set. And they're off. Bit of a bobble at the start for 24 Mamba. They're on the far outside, Lightman. Now sprints to the front with Baby Yoda. They're going to be 1-2, and Baby Yoda towards the inside of Lightman. These two head and head on the front end. Just off of them, moving forward is Top Gunner, is now taken third, and at the rail comes War Stride. Just behind them, in between horses, comes Sheriff Bianco. Repo Rocks, encouraged to move forward there, center of the racetrack, and after the start, 24 Mamba is the trailer. 22 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Baby Yoda and Lightman, they take it right to one another. It's Lightman who's a neck back there in second from Baby Yoda. In pursuit is War Stride, who's found a nice spot, was in third, and War Stride is just tipping to the outside here for John Velasquez, and War Stride has the leaders in sight. 24 Mamba starts to rally on at the rail, also trying to rally Top Gunner and Repo Rocks. They reach the top of the stretch, and Baby Yoda is trying to run away, and Baby Yoda is opening up here, is up by 3.5. It's Baby Yoda. They went 44 seconds for a half-mile time, a furlong left to go, and Baby Yoda is well clear. Taking second there, War Stride, who still battles on with Lightman, but no doubt Baby Yoda wins this one impressively, geared down at the end. War Stride second, then Lightman, and 24 Mamba. Final running time, 1:13.4. Check on that time of 1:13.4 here in race 8.
Can that be right? That is... Baby Yoda, that money was meaningful. Wow, what a resurgent performance from this 7-year-old. Wins for the 10th time in his career. Mott, Flavien Prat. And let's go back to the beginning, and did not start good at all for 24 Mamba.
Yeah, keep your eye on the 4. He just goes head first out of the gate, stumbles badly, losing any and all chance and position. Good job by Ricardo Santana to stay in the middle of him and the horse to gain his feet. And if that time is right, it shatters the track record that Coronado Quest held for the 6.5 furlongs.
Yeah, you mentioned this track was playing fast. When he earned that 114 Beyer at Saratoga in 2021, different days, different tracks. I get it. It was Saratoga as well. 114-1. I mean, this shows you, and he earned a 114 Beyer.
Yeah, but as fast as lower level horses ran early in the card, I just got to think this track is extremely fast, and you got a horse getting back on Lasix. So I do believe the time could be correct, but I mean, he's breaking a track record that was set by Coronado's Quest in 1997 of 114.35. That's shattering track record.
He is such a neat horse. He just, every time you count him out, all of a sudden he resurfaces with performances like this. Maggie Baby Yoda, still plenty left in the tank.
And that's what I was saying in my paddock report, Greg. A horse that relishes his breaks. Look back to last year, same time range, and he comes back and wins on the front end. Then he comes back and wins the True North with a big performance going back to Belmont Stakes Racing Festival of last year. He's a horse that you can just see it. As Mig was pointing out as he goes to the gate, he really fills out. He just really benefits from being able to let down, relax, put a bit of weight and conditioning on, and it pays off at the racetrack. And don't forget, this is a horse that they paid original owners and trainers $10,000 for. I remember Charlie Frock was the original trainer of him, and they bought him Wachtell and et al., I should say, and he has just paid off dividends, reaching the $1 million mark.
Baby Yoda, 10th career victory. Shatters, as Mig mentioned, if that time is correct, the track record, 113.86. That is blazing for 6.5 furlongs. Pratt for Mott in the feature.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Blistering the field and blitzing them, I should say, was Baby Yoda, winning in style off the bench for Belmont Stakes and Kentucky Derby winning trainer Bill Mott, and the guy on his back, Flavien Prat. And Flavien, I gotta say, I was watching you closely. You had a big smile on your face when you crossed the line. It looked so easy for him today.
Yeah, no, he did everything right. I mean, when he's right and he runs his air race, he's definitely one of the best sprinters.
You've never been on him before, but obviously you've ridden against him. Do you kind of take anything from what you see from a different mount in the race and apply it to a horse that you might be riding for the first time, like Baby Yoda today?
I mean, obviously I watch replay, and like you say, I rode against him. It seems like when he's doing well, he usually put himself forwardly, and then he go from there. Yeah.
You're a horseman as well. You give some great sound feedback. Do you ever come into the paddock and assess your horses physically when you see them for the first time?
I mean, you get an idea. Obviously, Bill and his team, they told me that he was doing very well, and we go from there. But yeah, obviously you can tell if they look good or not.
Yeah, he looked exceptional today. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
All right, a guy who is very familiar to the winner's circle all over the country. Greg.
Yeah, reigning Eclipse Award winner, that historic season at Saratoga, and Baby Yoda, 7 years old, proving the force still very strong with him. Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale to be held July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Start considering your entries today.
I like what you did there. The force still strong. Baby Yoda. I break track records, I do. Very good today.
No one has ever gone that fast on this surface at 6.5 furlongs.
Well, he just broke a track record that was set in 1997 by a very good horse in Coronado's Quest, a Travers winner for Shug McGahee.
Maybe more to be heard from Baby Yoda as we progress through 2025. Going to close out this card on this Pick 6 carryover day with a mile on the grass, New York bred $50,000 maiden claiming events, and Princess Summer right now taking plenty of support.
Yeah, this is a wide open, tough race. Princess Summer making her second start for Mike Maker, dropping from the maiden allowance to maiden 50.
Someone is alive in the pick 6 to the 4. With a 43-1 shot, two odds-on favorites being beat. Kissed by Karma, pick 6 will be hit for over $124,000.
Wow. Now that's
I thought for sure with that 43-1 shot, we had a 2-day carryover.
So only with the 4 though.
It's the only horse that results in this getting hit.
Who is also dropping from that maiden allowance company to maiden 50 for Carlos Martin and getting Lasix for the first time. Kind of interesting.
Yeah. We're going to take a timeout. The champ ready for a comeback. Brad Cox just had the leading 3-year-old filly in the country beat. That was in the Acorn. Good cheer. Well, he's got his 2-year-old champion filly, Mercer, back on Saturday at Churchill Downs. We'll tell you all about it next.
Gunite to the outside. Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth. Then the chosen front. Elite Power. Elite Power to the front. At the 60 pole, Gunite is second. But Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Monmouth Park's lucrative and star-studded Haskell Preview Day is Saturday, June 14th. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus for 3-year-olds plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day Saturday, July 19th. Play into 6-figure pools all day long, starting with a $12.50 first post. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Manny Franco has been no stranger to the winner's circle in his career. Even with over 2,000 wins, including multiple Grade 1s, he continues to stay motivated to be the very best in the game.
I'm hungry. I want to win races. That's what I'm here for.
Family has always been a driving force for Franco. From his first trip to the track, to jockey school, and coming to the United States, Manny's bond with his father has been a key component to his success.
I was about 14 years old. My dad took me to the track every Sunday in Puerto Rico. Saw those animals running, and I just fall in love with the sport.
Throughout his career, Franco has found support from fellow Puerto Rican riders Urad and Jose Ortiz, as well as Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Coming from Puerto Rico, coming from the same school, you have to be very proud, you know. And although we compete with one another, but you have to be proud to what they've done and to have the talent. There's no doubt that Manny has the talent to be a top rider in the whole country.
It is going to be a photo finish, and I think it was Discreet Lover. Schering takes the lead. Late move from Dye. Back to third is Sweet Melania. Schering and Manny Franco have won.
And he's gonna do it, Manny Franco, in the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic. But it is 'tis the law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes. the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown.
Here he is, Saratoga's hometown hero. 'Tis the law.
With all his accolades, Manny is still missing that one win all jockeys want the most.
And I want to win the Kentucky Derby so bad, man. That's the dream for any jockey, the Kentucky Derby.
Very strong career, and he continues to produce with the best jockey colony in this sport at an incredibly high level. That 2020 Belmont Stakes to kick off that Triple Crown that COVID year. Back included the Travers as well with 'Tis the Law. And 14 riding titles on this circuit. He's got a champion coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, the 2-year-old filly champion, Immersive, coming back. She is also undefeated. And she was good as a 2-year-old. It'll be interesting to see how she returns as a 3-year-old, because she could be even a better version of herself this year with the maturity that you get from 2 to 3. Manny Franco's so strong. I mean, really, I think that's maybe his greatest gift, Greg, is his physical strength. He's
and
an
so
athlete.
athletic, too.
He's an athlete. And you think about the jockey school in Puerto Rico, only jockey school based at a racetrack, Camarero, just east of San Juan. And they start from the bottom, grooming and learning the game from the inside out. And obviously they have amazing teachers there, because look at the product they've consistently turned out. John Velasquez, a graduate, and the Ortiz brothers, and Manny Franco, and it's on and on. You've got to be so impressed with what they're doing there. And whoever is teaching kids really needs to look at the template they've set in place.
Excited to see Immersive come back. Not an easy field. Going to be going against Anna's Promise, the Recency, who competed in the Kentucky Oaks, was second in the Gulfstream Park Oaks. You have Running Away for Wesley Ward, who's a very quick runner coming in from recent effort at Horseshoe Indy. And then Take Charge Milady for Ken McPeak, second in the Grade 1 Ashland, too.
Yeah, no, listen, she doesn't have what you call conventional conditions because of all the stakes she won as a 2-year-old. She's a multiple Grade 1 winner. And one thing you know, too, Brad Cox will have her fit off the bench. She may not be at her very best, but he's a guy that gets horses prepared to run well off of a layoff.
Exciting to have the 2-year-old champion filly back in action tomorrow, Saturday card, Churchill Downs. We're going to take a timeout. Finale coming up on this Friday card here, Belmont of the Big Game, 1 mile on the turf. Current favorite, Princess Summer. Mike Makerbarn with Ricardo Santana Jr. back off the bench for her 4-year-old return.
Was Full Count Felicia, never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War.
Fort Washington on the outside.
They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
I remember being 2, 3 years old, going to the track and looking at the horses since the beginning, pretty much, you know. When I was like 14 years old, we were in California and my dad had won a stake at Del Mar. That's when I started thinking about it.
Smarty Jones and Stewie Elliott goes on to win the Kentucky Derby by 2.5.
I've watched the Derby and the Preakness and the Belmont 150 times or more, you know. It was just really, really cool.
I thought that there was probably a good chance that he would want to, you know, ride, but moving sometimes made it difficult. When we got here, the first couple years, you know, I'd get on the pony and he'd get on the thoroughbred and take him around the track. Then he went to Ocala and then came back and then actually started galloping on the track. You know, when they all start off, they're all pretty green, but he wanted it. He wanted to learn.
After every race, pretty much, I talk to him and, you know, he says, oh, you did great, or you could have done this, maybe you should have done this. And I think that's why I've been able to get better in the quick amount of time that I have, you know, because he's been a big help. My agent is Jose Santos Jr. I started off the meet at Lone Star Park in Texas. I actually rode my first winner the first race that I rode at Lone Star. And after that meet, I had rode about 85, 90 horses. He said, listen, this is the plan. We'll go to Monmouth, you'll ride a little bit over there, and then after Monmouth, we'll check out New York. My first stakes winner was for Tina Hurley. It was my 6th winner at Monmouth Park in the Regret Stakes. I was way in the back, and they were flying up front, and I came like maybe 12 lengths out of it and won.
Reclusive from a mile behind is coming fast, takes the lead for apprentice Christopher Elliott.
The first person I called when I was back at the jockey room was him.
It's very exciting, it is. You know, just in the last year when he started, he accomplished a lot. He got his driver's license, he graduated high school, and he got his jockey's license and got off to riding races, so I'm very proud.
Well, it's such a really neat story. Of course, Dad won the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown on Smarty Jones, and now his son, Christopher, rapidly improving. What have you noticed from him, seeing him on the circuit here in New York?
You know, I think maybe I even noticed it more than you guys because I was, you know, at Oaklawn for a couple months and I wasn't watching him every single day. But I was really struck by how much physically stronger he's gotten. He's really matured over the past few months. He's seeing a race better. There's a moment when apprentices start to really see a race. Greg, it's so interesting. You ride your first race, right? The doors open, bunch of dirt flying, yelling, colors. You don't know what happened. And then you ride 100 races, you start to see it. You ride 1,000, right? 10,000. And all of a sudden, everything's slower. Your peripheral vision gets broader. You break out of the gate, you're looking on the track, you know the 1 stumbled, the 10 got left, the 4 got bumped. And there's a moment for every young rider that experience brings that ability to start really seeing a race. And I think he's seeing a race now. And what better mentor could he have than his dad? Stuart Elliott, always been a rider's rider, a rider that other riders have respected.
And that will be young Chris Elliott's mount coming up, Kissed by Karma. Again, the only horse in this nightcap that results in this pick 6 getting hit, a 9-1 shot. Interesting.
Really interesting. And the biggest thing is this horse is getting Lasix for the first time and also taking that drop from maiden special, maiden allowance races to maiden claiming. Kind of interesting.
Start our post parade with Purest Performance, Ruben Silvera from the rail.
A really good effort last time for this maiden 50 level. Is 0 for 16. Gets a good inside post.
Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana Jr. with the favorite, went by the 2.
Yeah, dropping down in class is going to certainly help.
First on turf for Secret Fire.
Yeah, and I just didn't see a tremendous amount of turf pedigree when I was digging into it.
Here's Christopher Elliott on Kissed by Karma.
Did improve first start to second start. Comes off a bit of a layoff, but must be training well.
The 5, the Dam did produce a turf-winning sprinter.
Yeah, making the second start in the Rob Actress barn.
Miguel Clement barn, back check.
Another one, making that drop in class to the maiden 50 level. Much tougher in the maiden allowance.
the Splendid One at a big number.
Yeah, getting back to turf has been beaten at the maiden 40 level, so not taking a drop in class.
First timer here for Linda Rice by Catholic Boy.
I think this horse is very interesting. The mare has produced 2 turf winners and a first-time starter winner in Shin Sun, also bred by Vivian Malloy.
Sills Pleasure. Dam didn't win on grass, did run 3 buyers in the 70s, though.
Yeah, and you're getting Flavien Prat for Dave Donk. Dave had a winner the other day, and Dave's barn gets going. Things click.
And the 10 down in Dixie, first-time starter. Dam did produce Gem Min 10. It was a 2-time winner on turf, and Athenry, 2-time winner on the grass.
Yeah, so there's pedigree that says this horse should do well. Gets a very tough post. Lane Lovesey, who's I think's been riding exceptionally well, particularly on the turf, had a nice winner up at the Belmont Stakes Festival in Saratoga. Has to overcome that post, though. He's got to find a place to save ground.
Let's go to Maggie.
Taking a lot of money here in the wagering is the horse coming off a near-year layoff in number 2, Princess Summer, as she likes to run in the summer, I'd say. But I think the money meaningful, A, and B, she backs it up physically, because the last time I saw her, I did not like the looks of her at all. She looked really weak in her hindquarters. Her coat was really dull overall, and that was, like I said, in the middle of summer, so that's not ever a good sign. Completely the opposite today. Stronger, more developed, great coat to her, getting a lovely warm-up with Ricardo Santana aboard. So I do think she makes a lot of sense. I think the 6 in here, back check, also makes a good deal of sense. But there's some horses trying the turf for the first time, and while I'd love to see number 9, Sills Pleasure, get the job done for Dave Donk, who I adore, Flavien Prat, one of the best riders out there, like him too, she's just not very convincing. I know you guys mentioned a little bit of turf pedigree, but not enough for me to convince me, especially looking at her physically either. She's just very upright, very short pasterns too, and she's one that has taken money in her starts, and she's run 2nd and 3rd in these maiden claimers, but yet to get the job done. Now we see Flavien giving her a big warm-up as she'll try to stretch back out in distance as well. To a mile, which is fine, but the horse who's the most convincing getting on the first turf for the first time is going to be my pick here, and that's number 5, Other People's Money. Love that name, by the way. She looks like a turf horse. I know the other turf winner in the family was sprinting, but the 2 siblings have been by Majestic City, and I know neither sire has great numbers on the turf. Just from my experience in watching these horses, Central Banker is more apt to produce a horse that not prefers a turf, but takes to it better than Majestic Cities. And furthermore, honestly, he's just a better sire overall. She looks fantastic. She's really strong. She's got great energy. I think with the stretch out and distance, Kendrick's going to have her forwardly placed, and I think that's also a good thing here, as we are on the inner turf course, which has been a little bit more fair than the outer, where you want to have speed, but again, I'll take a horse that's going to be forward any day of the week. And then the first-time starter for Linda Rice, Catholic Edition for Vivian Malloy. Like her getting on the turf, I think she makes a lot of sense in this spot. I just think she's going to need to strengthen. And it's often the deal with Linda Rice's first-time starter. She's been a real professional. She's taking a little bit of money. But again, Greg, I'll take the wait-and-see approach with her.
All right, well, Mig will go with that first-time starter Catholic Edition. As he mentioned, Dam produced a 3-time winner on the grass, was graded stakes placed, and a first-out turf winner. That was her only win, it turned out to be. But we'll see what happens here with this debuter.
Now, listen, I have a long, deep history with Vivian Malloy. I rode her first stakes winner in 1989. Her Edition farm, about 20 minutes from where I live up in the Hudson Valley. She sold it recently, one of the most beautiful horse farms I've ever seen, and totally green. Wind power, solar power, I mean, just an incredible place. And the mare has produced a horse that won first time out, and I just thought that this race, you know, I want a stranger. I was looking for an alternative from horses that have run already.
Favorite throughout's been Princess Summer. Debuted sprinting on the grass, then a race that came off the next start. Even though 9th in a field of 11, it was a tougher group and earned a buyer speed figure that would be probably good enough to win against this group. That's 60 Beyer, 11-1 that day in natural progression. We'll see if she can move forward a little bit here off the bench. Could be tough, but it's the 4. Again, the only one that will result in this pick 6 carryover getting hit, and that's the mount of Christopher Elliott. Kissed by Karma, 2 starts against New York-bred maiden special weight, so a little bit better company. And that was back as a 2-year-old filly, so 3-year-old debut coming up.
Yeah, and getting Lasix for the first time. Some horses react very positively to the addition of Lasix. And it's just interesting, right? The horse isn't taking a tremendous amount of money on the board, but the fact that this horse is the one that's live, into that multi-race
Rare
payoff.
to see a 10-1 shot where that's the case. Also gets in as the lightweight in the field.
Yeah, well, you're getting the 5-pound break in the weights with Christopher Elliott, who has enough experience now under his belt where, there's a point, too, with apprentices. You start getting a real advantage with the 5 pounds because, in essence, you're getting a rider with more of that journeyman-type experience, but you're still getting the break in the weights.
In turf racing, you would probably lean a little bit more to experience. Would he's at the point now where he's saying, I'm as comfortable with him in a turf race?
He rode a turf winner last week here at Aqueduct for Melanie Giddings, and the horse's name has escaped me at the moment. And you could not ride a better race on the turf. Saved all the ground, gave himself options, angled out so smoothly and adeptly. He looked more like a journeyman riding that race. Now, it's interesting. Years ago, 10-pound apprentices, meaning an apprentice who hasn't won 5 races, could ride on the turf. Nowadays, they do not let a 5-pound or 10-pound apprentice, ride on the turf until they've gotten at least those 5 winners. Then they allow them to ride the turf. So, I think that points out that it's much trickier riding on the turf. You're riding in much closer quarters. Saving ground becomes much more of a premium in turf racing.
And you look at the 2 and the 4, both coming out of tougher races, but the jump from 2 to 3 rather than 3 to 4, you would think potentially more chance for progression, wouldn't you?
Could be a lot more upside potentially here. And listen, the fact that this horse is the lone horse going into that, multi-race carry or potential carryover tells you this horse must have been training extremely well in the mornings.
Horse you were thinking about, by the way, for Melanie Giddings, Lady Firefoot.
That's who it was, Lady Firefoot. Man, you could not ride a better race on the turf than
You're
he
welcome.
rode. Thank you very much.
Actually, thanks to Bobby Klatt, who gave me that one. Maggie actually gave it to us. Set for this nightcap. Did you want to add something?
Well, Bobby's in my ear, too. Why did you get that information?
He's on the payroll.
Chris
Griffin, to close out this card, will the pick 6 get hit with this 4 winning, or will we have a 2-day carryover into Saturday afternoon? Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Down in Dixie moving forward, just a little hesitant. Pick up mount here, Eric Cancel on board. Down in Dixie, right at the gate. Is in, all set. And they're off. Back check, stood in the starting gate, is last. Scramble on for the front. Tightly bunched here on the front end. Pierce Performances at the rail. In between horses now, Other People's Money will press on, and Other People's Money will lead them into that first turn. As well off the rail early, Other People's Money is trying to save some ground as they're checking. Was Purest Performance, wanted to get out. A little tight there, is back to 4th. Moving forward towards the outside, the Splendid Ones and the Blue Silks is 3 wide in between horses. Kissed by Karma, so 3 across the course early. At the rail, Other People's Money is a half length in front of Kissed by Karma, the Splendid One. Purest Performance was a little keen there into that turn, but is more settled, has claimed the 3rd spot. Back there in 5th comes Princess Summer. Out wider, patiently ridden, is Secret Fire. Then back to another group comes Sill's Pleasure, who is towards the far outside, is Catholic Edition. At the rail moving forward, there comes Back Check, who's made up a lot of ground here, is now in behind the leading group, and the trailer down in Dixie. Less than a half mile to go, 48 seconds flat for a half mile time, and the leader is Other People's Money. Kissed by Karma is encouraged to move forward, is right there in second. Purest Performance trying to get out once again here in the far turn. The Splendid One is trying to rally on Blue Silks, and moving through the field comes Princess Summer. Here's Back Check at the rail, and Back Check does have a seam with a ground-saving journey. The leader is Other People's Money. Kissed by Karma is in range, and here comes Kissed by Karma trying to run on by, and from far out of it, Princess Summer. Here comes Catholic Edition, grandstand side, and can Back Check pull this off? Back Check down towards the inside is taking the lead. Princess Summer towards the outside, down to these two. Back Check was off slowly, but is a neck in front. Back Check, this is a big effort. Back Check wins the finale. Princess Summer second, then Catholic Edition, and Other People's Money in 1 minute 36.98 seconds.
Two-day pick six carryover into Saturday. It's Back Check in the nightcap. Miguel Clement Barn, Manny Franco.
This is a pretty remarkable effort by Back Check. Keep an eye on him at the break. I mean, he basically gives everybody a head start. Number 6 we're looking at, guys, and man,
oh wow,
he just basically dwelt at the start. This is a remarkable effort from him.
Look at the head-on. I mean, how many lengths did he spot this field? Excuse me.
Well, she started, it looked like, to go up in the air and kind of caught herself, but was frozen in place for 2 or 3 seconds and then jumped.
I mean, there would have been an argument to say she could be declared a non-starter. She wins the race.
Wins the race, and I tell you what, Manny Franco did a great job because you're dealt a horrible hand. Your horse blows the brake like that. He said, okay, I just drop to the rail, see what happens, figure it out. Got to save all the ground, cut the corner, got through, gets it done. Nice job, Miguel Clement. The 2-horse had every opportunity. Princess Summer under Ricardo Santana gave her a perfect trip. But this was a remarkable effort. Look at how she just starts up in the air. You see her front feet and her hind legs, comes down, so she kind of hopped at the break, and blew 3, 4, maybe even 5 lengths there just at the start.
Should be, okay, let's just get an education. This is not going to work out for us. No, she winds up winning this race. 2-win day, Manny Franco. And how about Miguel Clement having a knack for closing out cards?
This is his 4th career win now and the 3rd one in the last race on the card.
Amazing, including the Grade 1 Manhattan to close out Belmont at Saratoga week.
I had a reputation for winning the 9th race a lot, but this is like really getting off to a start with the last race.
Yes, it is.
Should mention the 8th Catholic Edition looked like she was going absolutely nowhere on the far turn, and when Jose Lezcano wheeled her out to the clear, she actually put in a major run. A horse to keep an eye on going forward.
6-2-8-5. Back Check. Awful beginning. Spots the field several lengths. Still not out. Winds up winning in career start number 3.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Love it when we hit that stop on the A train. My way to work each and every day. And head down those stairs underneath the little bridge, and you're right at the track. Incredible way to get to the racetrack.
And I remember coming out to Aqueduct on the subway with my father when I was 10, 11 years old, and I fell in love with this place and this game. Grew up 8 miles from here. This is the first place I ever came racing.
And you became the winningest rider in the history of this track. Pretty incredible story. Back check, Miguel Clement. Tick Stables, Manny Franco with a 2-win Friday afternoon.
Just what a cool, confident, patient ride from Manny after this horse blew the brake completely. No fault of anybody. She just reacted badly at the moment. Saved every inch of ground.
What's your mindset when that happens of how you're trying to frame the race?
Well, honestly, do exactly what Manny did. Just don't even think about trying to go outside. You've already given up so much ground. Stay on the inside. Hope it works out. If it doesn't, you've got a built-in excuse. Well, we'll get him next time, because there's no way she should have been able to overcome that much of a deficit at the break.
And how about this number? Heading into Saturday, $124,619 in a 2-day Pick 6 carryover.
Well, we'll be burning the midnight oil handicapping tomorrow's card.
That is getting exciting when you get to a number like that. 43-1 shot, Junior Alvarado on board a Country House offspring who won on the turf that shocked everybody.
Isn't that kind of ironic, right? He wins the Kentucky Derby for Bill Mott. Bill Mott's first Kentucky Derby winner was Country House, albeit by disqualification. And then Junior rides a offspring of Country House, although not for Bill Mott, and wins at a huge price today.
Tomorrow, we're going to be there together. Maggie Wolfedet will be there. Paula Duca as well. Pegasus, it's Haskell Preview Day. And winner of this race probably moving on to tackle, among others, Gosger expected to come back in the Haskell. Take a look at Garamond, 2 for 3 in his career. Won his debut for Chad Brown. The Juddmonte homebred really took a big move forward in his last start.
Yeah, he really did. And he has speed. I don't think he's absolutely like a need to be on the lead type. He ran well in the Gotham in just his second start coming from off the pace. And there are some sprinters stretching out in this Pegasus, so he might have to employ more of raiding tactics or stalking kind of a trip. But I like the fact that Flavien Prat's making the trip down there. Kind of tells you that he has some confidence in this horse.
Yeah, he was aboard for that last win. He wants to stay on this horse for Chad Brown. In your estimation, much the horse to beat in this field tomorrow?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you look at his Beyer speed figures compared to the rest of the field, they're pretty, gaudy here.
Not worried about the mile and an eighth?
I'm not.
16th, sorry, mile and 16th.
But really, the 2 turns should not be an issue. He's got a depth in his pedigree of stamina that really kind of points him out. And again, the fact that Flavien has given up a day in New York to go to Monmouth to ride this horse. I mean, obviously there's other stakes and it's a big card there, but I'm sure this was one of his motivating factors.
Out of a Tappet mare, distance should not be an issue. We'll see what we get. Was in the Grade 3 Gotham, beat by Flood Zone in just his second start. That was a tough ask. Right on ground in start number 2. As you look at that lineup, he'll be on redistricting Pratt as well for Chad Brown. In Monmouth Stakes, our coverage, we're on until 4:30 Eastern time, so we'll get the majority of that stake coverage in from the Jersey Shore on always a fun weekend, Father's Day weekend at Monmouth.
Looking forward to it.
Join us tomorrow. Kick things off 12:30 Eastern start time on FS2. Garamond beat Cornucopian last time out. Looms large in the Pegasus Haskell Preview Day. Redistricting, graded stakes placed a couple of times, looking for his first stakes win though. And Otago coming off a stakes victory at Monmouth. See if he can back it up against tougher company this time around. Again, we'll see you at 12:30 Eastern start time on Saturday.